Muy buenos días a todas y a todos. Sean muy bienvenidos a este segundo día de nuestro quinto Seminario Regional de Desarrollo Social. El día de hoy vamos a empezar con una charla magistral con el título Temas emergentes en las políticas de desarrollo social inclusivo, una mirada al ciclo de vida desde la infancia hasta la vejez y transiciones demográficas. Esta charla la va a dar la doctora Silvia Giorguli. En un momento más la voy a presentar. Solo a manera muy breve de introducción, bueno, recordar que en el trabajo que hemos realizado en la CEPAL en torno a la desigualdad social, hablamos de una matriz de la desigualdad social, donde varios ejes estructurantes se potencian entre sí para generar enormes brechas de bienestar y de goce de derechos en múltiples ámbitos: la salud, la educación, el trabajo decente, la vida libre de violencia, la participación y un largo etcétera. Y bueno, junto al nivel socioeconómico, el género, el territorio, la condición de discapacidad, la situación migratoria o la identidad de género, está la edad o el ciclo de vida, o más bien el momento eh, por el que transitan las personas en el ciclo de vida, como factores que se potencian entre sí y explican las exclusiones y discriminaciones y diferencias de oportunidades, de capacidades que explican en buena medida la desigualdad. Entonces, de ahí un poco la importancia del ciclo de vida para la desigualdad. Y por eso, digamos, escogimos este tema, ¿no? Y desde una mirada más estructural también, las transiciones demográficas plantean un desafío para nuestras sociedades, para nuestras economías, y en especial para los sistemas de protección social, y pone de manifiesto la relevancia de pensar en políticas públicas con un enfoque inclusivo que incorpora el ciclo de vida y estas transiciones. Estas son algunas de las razones por las que nos motivaron a buscar a la doctora Giorguli para esta charla magistral y tener su reflexión el día de hoy. Ella es socióloga por la UNAM de México, con maestría en demografía por el Colegio de México, tiene un doctorado en sociología por la Universidad de Brown, es actualmente presidenta del Colegio de México, uno de los centros de investigación en ciencias sociales más importantes de ese país desde 2015, donde también ha sido profesora investigadora y directora del Centro de Estudios Demográficos, Urbanos y Ambientales. Ha presidido la Sociedad Mexicana de Demografía y dirige actualmente la revista digital Otros Diálogos. Su investigación se centra, por cierto, en la migración México-Estados Unidos, las transiciones a la adultez, entre otros muchos temas. Así que sin más, le vamos a dar la palabra a la doctora Silvia Giorguli. Es usted muy bienvenida, tiene usted la palabra y aquí estamos atentos a su presentación. Adelante.
Muchas gracias, Carlos, por esta amable introducción. Pues,
Eh,
bueno,
¿Está muteada? ¿Le pueden desmutear su micrófono, por favor?
¿ya me escuchan?
Sí, ahí escuchamos perfecto. Adelante.
Okey. Bueno, pues muchas gracias, Carlos, por esta amable introducción. Pues, agradezco muchísimo la invitación para participar en este diálogo tan importante sobre desarrollo social, en el marco, además, de la Cumbre Mundial sobre Desarrollo Social, en un momento clave. Le agradezco a Alberto Arenas la invitación, a Carlos Maldonado la organización de esta sesión. Para mí es un gusto participar. Lamento mucho no estar ahí presencialmente, siempre para mí es un gusto visitar la sede CEPAL, aprovecho para mandar un saludo a mis colegas de la CELADE, además, alguna de la información que voy a presentar es del CELADE, y además también me dio mucho gusto cuando vi todo el programa, que se diera este espacio a la temática demográfica, con esta perspectiva de ciclo de vida a la que ya hizo referencia Carlos Maldonado, porque estoy convencida que la dinámica demográfica es indispensable en esta construcción o en esta reflexión sobre miradas del futuro para un desarrollo inclusivo, ¿no? Ahora, hay varias preguntas que yo me hago desde la perspectiva demográfica, bueno, bajo qué principios, con qué insumos vemos la cuestión demográfica y de curso, de ciclo de vida o curso de vida en esta reflexión, ¿no? Y ahí, bueno, por un lado, señalar que cuando uno habla de futuro, de estas miradas del futuro, pues los indicadores demográficos, las proyecciones son bastante más estables que todos los demás indicadores, ¿no? Empecemos, por ejemplo, con los indicadores económicos. Entonces tenemos una idea bastante clara de hacia dónde van las tendencias en términos de la población para la que estamos planeando y sobre la que estamos hablando cuando nos referimos a desarrollo inclusivo. Y bueno, creo que ahí uno de los retos, y lo dejo como parte de los ejes de la discusión que voy a presentar, es justamente cómo incorporamos, cómo anticipamos los desafíos demográficos y también cómo capitalizamos las oportunidades del momento demográfico en el que estamos. Tengo una presentación de PowerPoint que voy a compartir ahora con ustedes. Entonces, si me dan un momento. ¿Sí me podrían confirmar si ya la están viendo? ¿Sí?
Y perfecto, la vemos
Ok.
perfectamente.
Bueno, además quiero decir que bueno, hice un ligero cambio hice un cambio respecto al título de la sesión. Estoy de acuerdo con el título de la sesión, pero quisiera que los datos demográficos que yo voy a presentar ahora sirvieran justamente para parte de lo que lleva la discusión de esta conferencia, de imaginar el futuro y las alternativas frente a lo que estamos viendo. Y además se da en un momento demográfico muy particular. Hay un cambio muy importante en la tendencia demográfica de la región, del mundo y de la región. Nos estamos moviendo de sociedades jóvenes que crecían ya menos aceleradamente que en los 60s y 70s, porque que seguían creciendo, a poblaciones con baja fecundidad que están creciendo lentamente e inclusive ya con algunos países que han dejado de crecer. ¿Qué implica esto? O sea, una parte de las preguntas, estamos frente a un nuevo paradigma demográfico. Mi colega José Miguel Guzmán habla de una revolución demográfica. Y aquí quisiera hacer un señalamiento también de que creo que en esta narrativa, Carlos hablaba de los desafíos, que en esta narrativa que vamos construyendo, yo quisiera ver la variable demográfica como neutra. O sea, el decrecimiento demográfico no es bueno ni malo per se, ¿no? Efectivamente, no habíamos anticipado, decía también José Miguel Guzmán, todos pensábamos que la fecundidad iba a bajar y que íbamos a llegar al reemplazo y ahí se iba a quedar, y ahora estamos viendo que no. Entonces, no esperábamos lo que estamos observando, pero más que verlo como crisis o como una fuente de ansiedad demográfica, creo que hay que verlo como lo que es un proceso que va a requerir una fuerte adaptación del marco institucional en el cual se da el desarrollo, procesos sociales, procesos económicos y que interactúa con las desigualdades a las que ya hizo referencia también Carlos Maldonado. Y que además también llevaría dentro de este marco de toda la discusión de política social a una consideración de la política de población, ¿no? No necesariamente con esta idea de modificar la dinámica demográfica como sí se dio en los 70s, cuando empiezan todas las acciones muy asertivas de reducción de la fecundidad, pero sí con una lógica de cómo interactúa la dinámica demográfica con este reto de asegurar el acceso a derechos como algo indispensable para disminuir las desigualdades y además acceso a derechos a lo largo del ciclo de vida de las personas. Y con esta idea, que también otra vez retomo a José Miguel Guzmán, de frente a lo que yo les voy a platicar ahora, cómo nos adaptamos o si es posible mitigar algunos de los potenciales efectos negativos en el futuro cercano. Y la forma en la que quise estructurarla, aunque estamos hablando de América Latina y Caribe, es que quiero dar una breve introducción del panorama mundial para después hablar de cómo vemos a América Latina en este panorama internacional. Entonces, ¿cómo se ve el panorama a nivel mundial? Bueno, yo lo dejo como pregunta, si efectivamente estamos, a ver ustedes al final qué dicen, si efectivamente estamos moviéndonos hacia un nuevo paradigma demográfico. Ok. Entonces, aquí esta lámina muestra a la población mundial de 1950 con las proyecciones de Naciones Unidas hasta el 2100. En 2022 llegamos a los 8,000 millones de habitantes. Lo que caracteriza ahora es un crecimiento más lento. Esta es la variable intermedia de las proyecciones, pero digamos más o menos con alguna variabilidad, pero podemos estimar que en las próximas décadas la población se estará estabilizando alrededor de los 10,000 millones, ¿no? Sí hay cambios muy importantes. Si en el siglo pasado hubo un cambio muy importante en términos de avances en la esperanza de vida y caída en la fecundidad a nivel mundial. Pues lo que ahora vemos es que la fecundidad ha seguido bajando y que a lo largo de este siglo hemos tenido avances más modestos, pero sigue incrementándose la esperanza de vida. Claro, desde la perspectiva de desigualdad, en un marco de amplias diferencias, ¿no? Por ejemplo, en el caso de la esperanza de vida en Chad o Lesoto es de 53 años y en Japón es de 83. Para las mujeres es casi de 88, está llegando a los 90, ¿no? Con tasas de mortalidad infantil que van de 72 por cada 1000 nacidos vivos en Nigeria a una muerte por cada 1000 nacidos en Montenegro. Entonces, vean las disparidades persistentes, ¿no? Con una fecundidad que va de, bueno, el país con la fecundidad más alta es Níger, con casi 7 hijos por mujer, y la más baja tienes varios países, Hong Kong, Corea del Sur, más abajo de 1 o cercano a 1, ¿no? Y bueno, pues eso habla de las persistentes desigualdades, pero una de las preguntas es si nos estamos acercando hacia una convergencia demográfica. Y lo que es muy interesante es que a pesar de estas desigualdades, hay ciertos procesos en donde pues, ya se han dado de manera amplia a nivel internacional. Y aquí lo que estoy mostrando es un mapa de la fecundidad a nivel, en todo el mundo. Lo ven distorsionado porque está hecho de acuerdo a los tamaños de población, por eso ven a China y a India muy grandes, por ejemplo, pero todo lo que está pintado en azul, claro, son los países en donde ya la fecundidad está por abajo del reemplazo, abajo de 2.1 hijos por mujer, que es lo que nosotros en demografía tomamos como fecundidad de reemplazo, y es interesante señalar que ya 2/3 partes de la población mundial vive en países con fecundidad abajo del reemplazo. Por supuesto, pues China y la India, que ya pues, son los países que sobrepasan los 1,000 millones de habitantes, pero vean toda América Latina, o sea, ya prácticamente la región, el continente americano también está pintado de azul, o sea, con fecundidad bajo del reemplazo, y bueno, pues ahí se nota África todavía en un proceso amplio. Ahora, esta fecundidad, este cambio de la fecundidad que ha llevado a regímenes de ultra baja fecundidad en algunos casos, está asociado con esto que estamos viendo ahora de un proceso de decrecimiento. Y ahora este mapa lo que muestra son los países que ya tienen tasas de crecimiento de población negativas, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, pues ahí pueden ver parte de Europa, Rusia, algunas partes de Asia, China otra vez incluida, y algunas países también en el continente americano, en América Latina y el Caribe. Por ejemplo, en este mapa noten Cuba, Uruguay, pero también ya, por ejemplo, varios países del Caribe, Guadalupe, Cuba, Dominica, Uruguay y Jamaica, Barbados, Trinidad y Tobago ya están por entrar en un proceso de crecimiento y bueno, pues ahí pueden ver, incluido 2035, 2050, países como Chile, Brasil, que bueno, pues es el país más poblado de la región, pero también Costa Rica, El Salvador, además de varios países del Caribe. Entonces, no es algo lejano a la región, ¿no? Ya América Latina y el Caribe también están en un proceso de cambio y en un escenario muy particular. Entonces, ¿para qué este escenario demográfico, qué implica en términos de cómo nos preparamos? Bueno, gran cambio, o sea, si antes, si en los 70 nos preocupaba el crecimiento demográfico, pues ahora es cómo nos adaptamos a este cambio en las estructuras por edades, ¿no? Aquí es la estructura de la población mundial, esta pirámide que deja de ser pirámide, yo aquí en México digo que va a parecerse cada vez más a un trompo de tacos al pastor, para los que conocen los tacos al pastor, pero bueno, con el cambio que implica en atención a la población infantil y juvenil, por supuesto, el rápido aumento de la población de adultos mayores a partir de los 60 años, es la población que está creciendo más rápidamente en América Latina y el Caribe, ya lo voy a mostrar, pero creo que mostrar estas pirámides por edad es una invitación a imaginar qué se requiere en este momento y qué se va a requerir para responder a las necesidades y capitalizar las oportunidades en cada uno de los casos. Y bueno, esta es la fotografía a nivel internacional. No quería, dado que es demografía, no quería dejar de hacer una breve mención al tema de la migración internacional, porque la migración internacional también tiene una interacción con el tema demográfico. A mí me gusta mucho este mapa también del mundo, que muestra, por un lado, o sea, entonces ustedes ahí fíjense, todos los puntos azules son y están dimensionados por tamaño. La población extranjera que vive en los países. Lo primero que resalta de este mapa, bueno, a mí, es que todos los países tienen de alguna manera presencia de población extranjera. Por supuesto, Estados Unidos es el gran imán, lo pueden ver muy claramente en el mapa, pero están presentes y bueno, los últimos datos justamente de la división de población y de en su portal de migración señalan o estiman 304 millones de personas que viven en un país distinto del que nacieron, que representa menos del 4% de la población mundial. ¿Es mucho? ¿Es poco? Pues yo lo dejo ahí abierto, pero como mencionaba, sí tiene un impacto en la demografía y aquí estoy tomando una lámina para ilustrar lo que estoy diciendo. Esto es una publicación que hizo The Guardian, en donde muestra para el caso europeo eh, cómo sería el comportamiento demográfico sin migración, que son todas las líneas rojas, y cómo sería con migración. Entonces, noten casos como Alemania, Germany, sin migración, con un decrecimiento acelerado, con migración, estabilidad. No es que la migración vaya a resolver el problema, pero sí disminuye la perspectiva de decrecimientos. Vean el caso de Francia, Italia, España, que es uno de los países receptores de migración latinoamericana. Entonces, como si hay un efecto demográfico de la migración internacional. Aquí está la pregunta si la migración internacional puede compensar estos procesos de crecimiento o decrecimiento. Yo creo que no podemos apostarle por ahí, pero sí tiene un impacto demográfico y sí va a presentar una serie de retos. O sea, sí creo que es un componente a incluir en el tema de la migración internacional, que además está concentrada la migración en las edades laborales, normalmente edades laborales jóvenes. Bueno, esta es así como la fotografía a nivel mundial. Ahora vamos a pasar a qué es lo que está pasando en este contexto en América Latina. Vamos a ver América Latina y el Caribe en este contexto de cambio demográfico. Primero, esta es la misma lámina que les presenté, pero ahora solamente para la población de América Latina y el Caribe, con proyecciones. Noten en este caso que alrededor del año 2050 estaríamos llegando al máximo de población en América Latina, en 730 millones, y a partir de ahí se empezaría a ver un proceso de decrecimiento. Creo que es lo primero que hay que observar. Entonces, cuando estamos hablando de desarrollo inclusivo, ¿qué implica cuando estás hablando de poblaciones que ya están creciendo lentamente o que van a dejar de crecer? Yo quiero pensar que eso da una oportunidad frente a los momentos de rápido crecimiento demográfico. Noten también el cambio en esperanza de vida y en fecundidad. O sea, ya en este momento la región está con una fecundidad por abajo del reemplazo, según estimaciones de mis colegas de CELADE. Y yo también quisiera destacar aquí que hubo un cambio muy importante en la esperanza de vida en el siglo pasado, pero que este siglo, en lo que va de este siglo, la ganancia de esperanza de vida, de años en esperanza de vida, ha sido muy lenta. Y ahí, para muchos de los países de la región, el gran costo son sobre todo las muertes violentas en la población de adultos, hombres, en su mayoría jóvenes, ¿no? Entonces también esto pues refleja el costo que tiene la violencia desde la perspectiva demográfica y en esa etapa del ciclo de vida las muertes violentas se concentran entre los 15 y los 40 años, incluyen, por supuesto, homicidios, pero también accidentes, y yo lo dejo como en esto que decía Carlos Maldonado de una vida libre de violencia, pues considerarlo también en este impacto demográfico que tiene. Muy interesante, mencionaba yo que ya prácticamente toda la región, o sea, la mayor parte de la región está por abajo de la tasa de reemplazo de fecundidad de 2.1. Aquí la pusimos con esta raya roja. Solamente 11 países de los 56 de América Latina y el Caribe están por arriba del reemplazo, ya excepto Guyana Francesa, ya todos los países abajo de 3, ¿no? cercanos a 2.5, a lo mejor quedan ahí algunos rezagos en términos, pues no rezagos, pero yo diría, bueno, algunos que todavía están más altos, Guatemala.
That are still high, such as Guatemala, Honduras, and Bolivia, but still with low levels, close to that low replacement rate. And despite the fact that Latin America is quite persistent in terms of inequalities, social inequalities, and demographic terms, there is a tendency to a convergence in terms of lower inequality. I like this slide. It is a document from CELADE in 2012. We hope to get updated information. On the one hand, we have fertility, and on the other, we have life expectancy and a selection of countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. What we see here is that in the 1950s, there was a group with fertilities above 8 and with life expectancies below 50 years. You see how fertility rates drop and life expectancy goes up. Here we see the different paces. And this is the estimation that CELADE had for 2010-2015, with a certain convergence of fertility, with some at 2, some above 3, and a concentration of life expectancy with almost all countries with 70 and 80. By 2045, there is quite a lot of convergence. It is interesting to see that in this context of persistent inequalities in the region, seeing this trend towards convergence in these two demographic indicators is something that we should notice. And I just leave that open for discussion. These are population pyramids. This huge shift in fertility and the increase in life expectancy explains the changes in population pyramids in Latin America. And by 2025, it doesn't look like a pyramid anymore, and it becomes broader within the population of working age, and it becomes narrower in the youngest populations. And this shows us the importance of focusing on this group that will be the largest generation in working age by 2050. This is an exercise from the Bridgestein Center. I wanted to deaggregate this by age and gender, but there is a great education shift with this change in the population structure. In red, you can see population with no education. In orange, we have population with primary education, in light blue secondary, and in blue post-secondary. Here, we will have this growth, especially in population with university studies in terms of age. And now there is a big shift in terms of how we can leverage the fact that we will have more educated population in working ages, and how can we leverage this demographically speaking. And now from this life cycle perspective, I really like this slide because it summarizes very well the different dynamics and challenges of the different stages. Here I divided it into large groups of age. And for each, I will provide details. Then the green line is the population of age between 0 and 19 years old. It got to its highest point in 2002, and then it started dropping. We're talking about children and adolescents, which is currently decreasing. And now I have this open question. I see it as an opportunity to invest in education. This dynamic of lack of growth in the school age population allows you to talk about providing more coverage, investment in looking into the quality of education. It also allows us to see how to address the needs of this adolescent population. There's still a high teenage pregnancy rate. And I believe that with this information, we can address the situation. And also think about the fact that this is the stage when violent deaths start increasing, especially in men. And I would leave education, teenage pregnancy, sexual and reproductive health needs in the adolescent population, and paying attention on violence, which is reflected then in violent deaths. That starts at this point of life. The next one, which is purple, is the population of 20 and 30, between 20 and 39 years old that will stop growing in 2027 and that has specific challenges. This is the entry stage in the labor market. This is becoming even more uncertain with the surge of AI, with fast changes and the need to adapt quickly to the changes experienced in the labor market. It has a higher level of education compared to the previous generations, but it has the need for continuous education. And that is something that I hear frequently in education forums, the importance of continuous education. But it is also a generation where there are processes such as forming a family. And what we're seeing in the world and in Latin America is this increase of those that never have partners or that never have children. And this is an important part of young people's lives because when you ask them in the surveys, they say that the ideal thing would be to have between 2 and 3 children. But how many do you plan to have? None. We need to see what is happening. And I believe that this is one of the topics that we need to address and work on. Then I will talk about the yellow line, which is the population between 40 to 59 years old, adults, and it is the prior stage into the aging process. We know that this generation between 40 and 59 that will reach its peak in 2050, has a low access to social security and an informal market with low contributions to the pension systems. And those are the questions. Can we do something to anticipate and prepare this population before they reach the aging process? They also have needs of continuous education. And we also need to anticipate what could happen in terms of healthcare and how they could have good health to have a healthy aging process. And finally, I will move to the red line, which is the population of 60 and over. This is the fastest growing population. And this growth has to do with more longevity expectations, and it is associated with challenges for the healthcare system, for the economic provision of this population when they cannot work anymore or create more income. And it is also a great challenge in terms of care. We have the information there. Now, the question is, how can we prepare to provide people with healthy aging? I will probably say something disruptive. And if we have healthy aging, we could talk probably about increasing working ages for moving the retirement age. And how can we work on this in a context of high informality? How can we address social security and access to healthcare? To me, this chart summarizes the objective of this session, looking at the life cycle, and it gives us a snapshot of the situation. Now, my existential question is, how can you take this as a planning input? This reflects the demographic path of the population, of the region. And as a side note, I would like to talk about migratory issues from the demographic point of view. And I would like to mention briefly, because I think I need a separate session for this, seeing Latin America and the Caribbean as a region with high human mobility, with accelerated changes in this century, especially this growing intra-regional migration. but with different destinations. As my colleague Yoconda Herrera was saying, this distinction between the country of origin, destination, and transit, we're all part of that somehow. With a diversification of the causes for migration. When I started studying this issue in the 90s, we didn't have this strong sense of labor and economic causes for migration. Now we have insecurity and violence in the region. We have climate events, economic issues, and other dynamics such as family reunification. With this diversification in the profiles, the inclusion of entire families traveling, and also child migration. Another important thing for ECLAC, cities as destinations. In the region, we're starting to understand ourselves as areas that receive migrants in urban contexts, and that requires our attention when we're talking about inclusive social development. Let me give you some information. The continent has the big magnet, which is the US, which receives more than 50 million immigrants, which accounts for 15.2% of its population. Two Latin American countries as the countries of origin, Mexico, more than 11 million, and Venezuela that has had a very fast growth, more than 7 million, which accounts for 30% of its population living outside of Venezuela. I won't stop in detailed information, but I already mentioned the US and Canada as the big magnets in the continent. The population born abroad living in the country is high. Panama, Costa Rica, and Chile have a high ratio of population living abroad, close to 10%. And in terms of number, Argentina with more than 2.2 million migrants. This is information from 2020. But these are the trends. Argentina, Chile, Colombia, of course, due to Venezuelan migration. And these are the countries from the point of view of countries of origin. In several countries, more than 10% of the population lives abroad. What does that mean? In the case of El Salvador, Jamaica, and Venezuela, El Salvador, 1 out of 4 people from El Salvador live abroad. And the same thing happens with Jamaica. What does this mean for them? The biggest diasporas of Mexico, Venezuela, and Colombia. Here we have data from 2020. We believe that Venezuela has reached more than 7 million by now. I do not have my final reflections. I have many questions though. After this entire demographic scenario that I just gave, how can we imagine the future? How can we respond with opportunity? Because we always respond too slow. Here we have the entire perspective, but many times we take too long to respond to the challenges in terms of this demographic panorama. What changes do we require in our social and economic systems in the labor market, considering this demographic scenario? And I believe that in all these dimensions, we have a great opportunity to build a regional perspective, especially in terms of what we're seeing regarding migratory management to address the needs of each of the groups and the populations, to address the needs for care, to address the needs for care and healthcare to the aging population. Many people talk about the silver economy in this respect. And with that, I would like to conclude my presentation. I do not have more time. And I hope we have some time for questions afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for this excellent presentation. And more particularly for giving this very original perspective and showing all the demographic changes, not only as a threat, but as an opportunity to think and devise our society to improve, to intensify the quality of the public policies that are serving the different population groups and age groups. Well, we are getting short in time, but we have still some time for a couple of questions. I don't know if in the room we already have a question. We'll check it up. And we already have a question online that I will share with you. Within the variables of the dynamics of demographics, is there any humanistic approach, including the nuclear family and the reinforcement of these nucleus in order to increase the family, and on the contrary, the revitalization of this group where this has effect on the low natality rate? And this is a question we're receiving from the people who are online. We have over 100 people who are connected. I don't know if you have another question in the room, or we'll proceed with this question. You have the floor now. Well, thank you very much. And well, I think that you are asking this question because I would propose here two things. First of all, should we be concerned because of this low demographic growth and take the measures to revert it? I don't think so because of two reasons. First of all, when we see this decrease in the population growth with the advantage of Europe and many countries of Asia and some countries of Western Europe, including Russia too, and none of these countries, when we consider the steps that have been taken in order to revert this phenomenon, this has not worked at all. And the tax incentives, the housing benefits, and the maternal leaves, extended maternal leaves. And there are some countries that have even offered some rewards for people who have 10 children, but this has not succeeded to revert this low natality rate. There was even an argument that the countries, the Nordic countries that have an insurance system, a social security system that is much better, much more consolidated and universal, including the maternity leaves for the people who have children, and they are more favorable for the family conciliation. And even these countries that succeeded to be close to their replacement rate, we see that, however, they have a drop in fertility rates. Maybe we should think of how we can foster the natality, or in two aspects. First of all, how we do in order to create the conditions to retain our population in the country, because we're a region of immigration. Immigrations toward the United States, to Europe, and to other countries in the region. So, how we create all the conditions to retain the population in the country. On the other hand, how we organize ourselves as a society. And I think that's why it's very important to link this with the aging issues, to have a different population structure. So, we should anticipate if our grandparents have 5 children, with the exception of Argentina and Uruguay, that we're supposed to help them and to take care of them in the old age. And now with the people who have just one child living maybe abroad. So I think that we should think about these societal agreements. This is very important for this region. And if you ask me where we should focus in retaining our young adult population with a high schooling and with the potential to contribute to the economy. Otherwise, it makes no sense to change it. Well, thank you very much. This is the time of final reflections that are very favorable to think about the design of new policies to reinforce the inclusive social development. So I think this is the right time to do it. Thank you very much, Dr. Silvia Yuruguli, for this excellent presentation. I see that here in the room we have an additional question. You have the floor. Good morning. I am from Mexico, Mrs. Reyes, and I would like to ask a question. Although the policies have failed so that the young people have more children, and the strategies in the countries have failed, I think, however, we should examine what has actually worked in the region for the policies targeted at the older population. In the future, we will have citizens with a population over 50 years of age, and this should be the starting point for restructuring the cities and the means of communication, the accessibility, the healthcare system, and this could be a starting point for Latin America, which is being linked and visualized for the older population. So the most important thing apparently today is the young population, and the policies are targeted towards them, while the elderly population is becoming a key point. Asia and Northern Europe already have a long way traveled, and this should be a point of reference to analyze what we can do in this regard. Thank you very much, Aida, for this question.
O sea, tienes dos procesos.
You have two processes. On one hand, we have the growth of the older population in the region, which is growing very fast. And I would say that the best way to envisage and to prepare ourselves for the next coming decades is to have the investment in the population of today, that is to say, the young population and adults from over 50 years of age. So we have to see how we can prepare ourselves to have a healthy aging of our population and how we prepare ourselves from many points of view. You mentioned, for example, the infrastructure, that is to say, the kind of infrastructure or the kind of housing units or the kind of residential repairs that we'll need in a context by having smaller family groups. And with the elderly citizens living on their own, and how we link this with the housing policies and with the transportation measures. In Latin America and the Caribbean, we have mainly an urban setting, and we have to take care of that. Additionally, I would say that, as a matter of fact, the European countries and some Asian countries, as Japan, for example, or South Korea, have already made many practices, have a long experience for this management, and to prepare themselves for this stage. And in Latin America, we need, for example, to have this interaction with the labor market that is mainly informal, and what it means in terms of social security and pension funds, how we render these sustainable from the economical point of view, and how we do the cash transfers to this population that is suddenly getting older. And we should open this discussion to taboo uh, themes. For example, the age for the retirement. If we are supposed to live longer, we would expect that the life expectancy will increase also, and we should have a healthy living at that time. And we should think that this population is going to be able to contribute with their work to the production in the region. But I think that is part of the discussion. And once again, how we coordinate the whole system of care that is lagging behind for the serving the young population. So there is lagging behind for the care of young population as a result of restructuring of the society, the context of the urban life. But we should think of this nationwide system of care for the elderly population in a context of an economy and a labor market that is mainly informal. So I think we should start by posing these questions, and we should question some of the paradigms that we have been working with. Thank you very much. We are running short of time. We have still many questions from the audience online, but we'll forward you these questions so that we can move forward to the second panel. So I ask for a round of applause for Dr. Yorguli. She woke up very early because they are 2 hours behind in Mexico. Thank you very much, Carlos. Now we'll give the floor to, or we'll continue with the second panel of this seminar with poverty, hunger, and inequality that will be moderated by Mr. Martinez, the officer of, sorry, by Ernesto Espíndola. He corrects himself. Senior Research Assistant at ECLAC. Thank you, Carlos. So we'll start with panel number 2, that is called Poverty, Hunger, and Inequality, Innovative Responses to Persistent Challenges. So as an introduction to this panel, since the World Summit of Copenhagen in 1995, the World Agenda has experienced the challenges that are related to welfare, mainly poverty, and hunger and inequality, recognizing the relevance of the exercise of the cultural and social rights. Hunger and poverty are the problems that are persisting. And from this summit, the International Committee has taken important commitments for the eradication that are materialized in the SDGs back in 2000, and then the objectives for the sustainable development and the agenda that was outlined in 2015. However, although the progress has been made and the commitment that have been achieved internationally, some going back is taking place. So, for example, with the pandemic in 2020, the COVID pandemic, the warlike conflicts, and the damage that included in the supply chains, the effects of the climate change and the technological transformations, amongst others. And this has deepened also the inequalities already inequities and show the need of the transformations responding to the present challenges and also the structural problems in Latin America and the Caribbean. And the idea is to tackle of these problems that represent hunger, poverty, and inequality. And ECLAC estimates that in 2024, approximately there were 170 million people under poverty and 76 of them in extreme poverty. And FAO also calculates that for 2023, 177 million people lived in food insecurity, moderate or extreme. As we said yesterday, Latin America and the Caribbean is still the most unequal region of the world. And that's why it is urgent to identify effective responses from the government policies, the international cooperation, and the community initiatives that are aligned with the commitments of the 2030 agenda and the agenda of the regional inclusive development agenda.
Now,
El señor José.
Mr. Jose Wellington Barroso Darauco Diaz will deliver a presentation online. He is Minister of Development and Social Assistance, Family and Fight Against Hunger in Brazil. The minister studied literature at University Federal de Piauí and public policies and government at Universidad Federal do Rio de Janeiro in 1998. Could you please show his video? Ladies and gentlemen, may you have warm greetings from Brazil. Dear Rodrigo Martinez from ECLAC, regrettably it was impossible to be with you in person, but I couldn't but convey a message in this important event. As you well know, the Brazilian government has a deep commitment with the eradication of hunger and poverty. This has been the struggle waged by President Lula as from his first mandate, and and it's not different now. Today, the world has reached levels of social inequality and a reduction in food insecurity and hunger never seen before in history, and that is due to a lot of work and investment in public policies. Over the past 30 years, more than 1 billion persons have left or have been able to overcome extreme poverty. However, the COVID-19 pandemic, together with the subsequent economic crisis, reverted many of these achievements. In this context, Brazil is playing its part of focusing on accelerating progress towards the commitments of the 2030 Agenda and the agreement of the first summit on social development, held 30 years ago in Copenhagen. Now, whilst we prepare for the second World Summit on Social Development to be held at the end of this year in Doha next November, the Brazilian government reiterates that it is only via
a comunidade internacional poderá enfrentar os desafios urgentes do desenvolvimento social abrangente e da inclusão e coesão social. Com isso em mente, no Rio de Janeiro, no Brasil, lançamos a Aliança Global contra a Fome e a Pobreza. Ela foi criada para mobilizar coordenados e conhecimentos para políticas testadas e com resultados provados e baseadas em evidências que abordem as realidades únicas de cada país. Da cesta de políticas da Aliança, Estados, organizações internacionais, bancos multilaterais de desenvolvimento e outros atores podem trabalhar juntos para alcançar resultados tangíveis em áreas como acesso a serviços básicos, nutrição, apoio a pequenos agricultores e proteção social. Hoje, a Aliança conta com 190 membros. Na América Latina, temos 17 países membros, mas ainda precisamos que toda a região esteja conosco, unida nesse esforço coletivo. Se o seu país ainda não faz parte da Aliança, aqui fazemos um convite para estarmos juntos na Aliança Global contra a Fome e a Pobreza. A adesão é simples. Respeitamos a soberania de cada país e não compromete financeira ou legalmente nenhum dos membros. Os primeiros passos concretos já estão sendo tomados. Além do trabalho que cada país faz cumprindo suas metas, 13 países do Sul Global já estão elaborando planos em conjunto com a equipe interina da Aliança para aprimorar e criar políticas públicas relacionadas ao enfrentamento da fome e da pobreza de forma acelerada. Programas de incentivo, produção de alimento e alimentação escolar, transferência de renda, cuidados maternos e na primeira infância, inclusão socioeconômica pelo emprego e apoio ao empreendedorismo, acesso à água, tudo isso. São programas que irão trazer benefícios a milhões de pessoas e revolucionar a forma de realizar cooperações internacionais. São mais de 500 milhões de pessoas que podemos atender já com os anúncios feitos de apoio e participação. Para celebrar esse esforço mundial, prosseguimos o diálogo com o Estado do Catar e a ONU e estamos avançando nas negociações para a realização da primeira cúpula contra a fome e a pobreza em Doha, em 3 de novembro. Paralelamente à cúpula mundial sobre o desenvolvimento social, onde os primeiros resultados desses projetos em andamento já serão visíveis. Estas duas cúpulas aumentarão a importância de renovar a cooperação internacional para combater as causas profundas da pobreza e da fome. As iniciativas delineadas hoje refletem a visão para uma ordem global mais justa, uma que priorize a dignidade e as oportunidades para todos, independentemente das condições específicas. O caminho a seguir exige o esforço, solidariedade internacional e a garantia do financiamento equitativo das políticas sociais e em grande escala. Nunca devemos esquecer que a estabilidade econômica e a justiça social devem andar de mãos dadas, principalmente em mudanças climáticas, como percebemos. Enquanto nos preparamos para Doha, reafirmemos nosso objetivo coletivo de alcançar um mundo mais solidário, de construir pontes em vez de muros, de aprofundar a integração em vez de agravar a separação. O Brasil está comprometido em redobrar os esforços para alcançar as metas estabelecidas na Agenda 2030 e na Declaração de Copenhague, em benefício do nosso próprio país e sociedade, mas também da humanidade em todos os lugares. Obrigado e seguimos de mãos dadas. Contem com o Brasil. Obrigado.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Agradecemos las palabras del ministro y a continuación interviene el señor Leonardo Caso dos Santos Siricagua, quien es licenciado en Relaciones Internacionales por la Universidad de Brasilia y tiene una maestría en Cooperación Internacional y Desarrollo por la misma institución. Coordinador General de Relaciones Internacionales de la Asesoría Especial de Relaciones Internacionales del Ministerio de Desarrollo, Bienestar Social, Familia y Lucha contra el Hambre. Es responsable del seguimiento de programas y proyectos relacionados con los bloques regionales, Mercosur, UNASUR, CELAC y OEA, y forma parte del equipo que creó la Alianza Global contra el Hambre y la Pobreza desde 2023, apoyando la implementación de la misma con socios internacionales. A continuación tiene la palabra el señor Caso.
Muchas gracias, buenos días. Gracias, Ernesto. ¿Me escuchan?
Vamos.
Bien, muchas gracias por la invitación. Quería agradecer en nombre del ministro Wellington la invitación para estar en este panel, para poder compartir un poco de la experiencia de Brasil en la construcción de este mecanismo, importante mecanismo que hemos creado con el apoyo de los países, incluso de Latinoamérica y Caribe. Y si me permite, voy a compartir mi pantalla.
Sinto muito. Infelizmente não posso fazer isso.
¿Puede ver mi presentación? ¿Sí?
Está cargando.
¿Listo?
No, todavía no.
Leonardo, no estamos viendo tu pantalla ni tu cámara. Tal vez está apagada. Ah, ok.
No.
No, todavía no.
Sí. No.
No, si no, mira, tenemos la presentación aquí en sala, también la podemos presentar así, pero tú nos dices.
Si posible, podemos intentar también. Voy a parar la compartición aquí. Te pido que proyecte, por favor.
De acuerdo, entonces, ¿pueden poner la presentación que tenemos, que nos hizo llegar Leonardo, por favor?
Bien, bueno, Ernesto, voy a aprovechar y cumplimentar aquí a Rodrigo Martínez, de CEPAL, la profesora Linet como directora de Desarrollo Social del Departamento de Estado y Protección de Asuntos de Tercera Edad de Kenia, la directora de Justicia de Género, Población y Desarrollo Inclusivo, Merinas El Aguade, una de nuestras que nos apoya mucho en la alianza, y también la Asunta Testa, jefa de la cooperación de la Unión Europea de Chile. Bien, muchas gracias. Y voy a empezar un poco hablando sobre las razones de la creación de la alianza. ¿Puede pasar, por favor? Bien, como saben, Brasil en 2024 asumió, ¿puede pasar, por favor? Ha asumido la presidencia de G20 a fines de 2023. El presidente Lula ya había anunciado la intención de la creación de este mecanismo de erradicación de la pobreza y del hambre, pues sabíamos que en el ámbito de G20 este tema aún no había sido discutido y quisiera involucrar a los países desarrollados en esta discusión que ya habíamos empezado desde el inicio de la presidencia en Brasil. ¿Puede pasar, por favor? Bien, como sabe, nosotros hemos aprobado los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible 1 y 2, pero los mecanismos y las herramientas que hemos construido durante este tiempo aún no han alcanzado los resultados que habíamos planeado desde el inicio. Entonces, sabemos que con la pandemia nosotros hemos perdido al menos 3 años de lucha contra estos problemas y quisiéramos proponer cómo nosotros podríamos acelerar para alcanzar estas metas. En 2022, más del 8% de la población mundial aún vivía en situación de hambre. Más de 700 millones de personas estaban pasando por esta situación y las estadísticas nos mostraban que el número estaba aumentando. Más del 9% de la población mundial estaba en esta situación. En comparación a 2019 hemos aumentado como más de 2%. O sea, nosotros necesitamos tener un apoyo y una conjunción de factores para que pudiésemos, primero, desacelerar el crecimiento del hambre y de la pobreza en el mundo, y segundo, poder invertir esfuerzos para garantizar que alcanzásemos los objetivos hasta 2030. Aproximadamente más de 2.000 millones de personas, según la FAO, están en situación de inseguridad alimentaria aguda o moderada. Y esto es un escenario que nosotros siempre nos choca bastante, nos impresiona, y por eso también nosotros tendríamos que hacer algo. Las desigualdades también están involucradas en el objetivo 2, estaba creciendo también, y más de 20% de la población mundial vivía en situación de desigualdad en los países de alta economía. O sea, es un problema que involucraba no solamente los países más pobres, pero también los países ricos del mundo. Sentimos una pérdida de ingresos también de los más pobres, principalmente entre las clases más bajas, en relación a los 10% más ricos del mundo. O sea, los 10% más pobres han perdido 3 veces más de ingresos que los más ricos. Y además de eso, tenemos un escenario en que los países y la población estaban con sus tasas de endeudamiento en crecimiento. O sea, no hay cómo nosotros pararnos con superar estos problemas si no hubiese una negociación acerca del endeudamiento de los países y también una recuperación de lo poder de compra de la población mundial. Puede pasar, por favor. Bien, eso nos generó una discusión interna bien cómo nosotros podemos superar eso en el ámbito global. Porque el escenario nos muestra que cada país, cada organización, cada organismo internacional estaban a sus propios esfuerzos intentando superar eso, pero no había una construcción ni un propósito único y general que uniese todos estos esfuerzos. Entonces, necesitábamos, antes de todo, ser muy ambiciosos para garantizar que todas las fuerzas, todos los recursos disponibles pudiesen trabajar juntos con metas claras y únicas y comunes, y garantizar que estos pudiésemos generar medidas urgentes para superar la hambre y la pobreza. Puede pasar, por favor. Y bien, todo eso, como dije antes, ha empezado en 2023, cuando el presidente Lula ha lanzado la idea de la alianza, aún durante la presidencia de India en el G20, y inmediatamente Brasil ha empezado a construir desde el Ministerio de Desarrollo Social la creación de la Fuerza Tarefa. La idea de la Fuerza Tarefa era, antes de todo, ser un mecanismo rápido, eficiente y único, que tuviese ahí un objetivo claro y específico, y que al fin de todo, al fin de la presencia de Brasil, se crease la alianza y no se generase una estructura nueva dentro del G20, mismo porque la idea sería que al fin de la presencia de Brasil, el mecanismo se desvinculase del G20 y pudiese ser un real mecanismo global. Entonces, al inicio del año 24, tuvimos las primeras reuniones que culminaron ahí en la tercera reunión en mayo de 2024 en Teresina, donde nosotros ponemos en discusión los documentos de fundación de la alianza, que en julio de 2024 fue aprobado durante la reunión ministerial que realizamos en Río, y a fines de año, en noviembre, antes de la cumbre de presidentes y jefes de Estado de G20, nosotros hemos efectivamente lanzado la alianza global. Y ahí lanzamos con números impresionantes que nosotros aún no creíamos que íbamos a alcanzar, dado las dificultades que tendríamos en tan poco tiempo realizar la construcción de este mecanismo. Puede pasar, por favor. Al momento del lanzamiento de la alianza, tendríamos 148 miembros. Hoy, hasta el momento, estamos con 188 miembros, 96 países, 28 organizaciones internacionales, e involucrando también instituciones financieras y fundaciones filantrópicas, ONGs y otros actores importantes. O sea, no es un mecanismo que depende exclusivamente de los gobiernos, pero también queremos involucrar a todos que tienen un objetivo, un propósito de luchar contra la hambre y la pobreza. Puede pasar, por favor. Bien, ¿cuál es la misión de la alianza? Primero es acelerar y apoyar los esfuerzos que ya existen. La idea de la alianza no es crear un nuevo mecanismo único y dejar de lado todos los esfuerzos que han sido construido hasta el momento. No, la idea es cómo nosotros podemos en conjunto mirar a tener el mismo foco y a mirar en la misma dirección. Entonces, propusimos como meta proporcionar un impulso político, antes de técnico, un impulso político en que los países de G20 y otros miembros de la alianza pueden tener sinergias para juntar esfuerzos para eliminar estos problemas. Y como segunda meta, nosotros hemos definido que habíamos que movilizar no solamente recursos financieros, pero también ideas, conocimiento, experiencias, y comprometimiento de los países que quieren superar estos problemas para alcanzar estos objetivos. Puede pasar, por favor. Entonces, un resumen operativo es cómo nosotros, una de las preguntas que más recibimos es cómo se supone que deben trabajar juntas todas las piezas. Puede pasar, por favor. Bien, El eje principal de la alianza está en la canasta de políticas públicas. ¿Qué es la canasta? Donde nosotros tenemos las experiencias políticas, de políticas públicas y acciones que tienen alguna comprobación y evidencia de suceso. Entonces, la idea central de la alianza es tener en esta canasta, en esta cesta, las principales políticas que comprobadamente han ayudado a superar los desafíos del hambre y la pobreza. Puede pasar, por favor. Y para construcción de esta canasta, nosotros hemos discutido con los países y juntamente aquí en Brasil con el Instituto de Pesquisas y Estudios, el IPEA de Brasil, nosotros hemos seleccionado las principales experiencias. Y estas experiencias están dentro de 5 ejes principales. Primero, el eje de cash transfer, de transferencia de renta, cualificación de trabajos, programas de alimentación escolar, apoyo a los pequeños agricultores y agricultura familiar, y por fin la protección social adaptativa, que es uno de los ejes principales para nosotros también en nuestra región. Y cómo nosotros pensamos en operacionalizar para que estas experiencias pudiesen ser implementadas en los países. Bueno, nosotros definimos 3 ejes principales. Primero, el eje nacional, que es el compromiso del país que va a recibir el apoyo y la ayuda para superar estos problemas y que tiene que desarrollar su propio plan desde mirando la canasta de políticas para construir a partir de su visión cuáles son las políticas que mejor les atienden, que pueden les apoyar para que pueden ser adaptadas a su realidad. El segundo eje es el eje financiero, que es juntar el grupo de organizaciones, de fondos, de bancos de desarrollo, de recursos que puedan financiar la implementación de estas políticas en los países de la alianza. Y por fin, el eje que nosotros consideramos el eje principal, el eje de conocimiento, que son la experiencia de los países que han superado y que tienen suceso y evidencia de resultado. Entonces, a partir de las experiencias anteriores de los países, nosotros miramos a eso y vemos cómo podemos apoyar a los demás países. Puede pasar, por favor. Para que se creen condiciones necesarias para garantizar que los esfuerzos sean coordinados, hemos pensado en un sistema de gobernanza para la alianza donde nosotros tenemos arriba de todo lo que nosotros llamamos de Consejo de Campeones, que son las organizaciones de países que quieren de alguna forma apoyar y acompañar y tomar decisiones importantes acerca de la alianza. Y ahí el ministro Wellington es hoy el presidente de este consejo, que es la instancia política
Which validates all actions of the operational structure of the alliance, and based on the pillars, it looks and develops a plan at a global level, which will develop the mechanism. Below that, we have the Secretariat with support of FAO, which makes the discussion of the plan operational and guarantees it. Also includes countries that wish to cooperate and be part of the alliance. We also have the involvement at a technical level, where countries look at the different focal points that will help us coordinate these actions in each country. This is the governance structure that we have devised and is underway.
Disculpa, Leonardo.
Leonardo, apologies, but you have 3 minutes. All right, I'm going to go quickly then. Please skip that one.
Bien, para operacionalizar eso,
So to make this operational,
nos apoya para garantizar que todos los
the champions group of the alliance is very well coordinated to guarantee that the 3 pillars are met. And we support the countries in the development of the national plans.
puede pasar, por favor.
Next, please.
Pasa, por favor.
Next, please.
Bien, nosotros hemos dado un paso importante a fines de 2024, que fue seleccionar las
We took a very important step
garantizar el inicio de la alianza.
to guarantee the beginning of the partnership and how to quickly move forward and having a methodology that will work. Next, please.
Principales subtemas donde nosotros
So these are the main topics that we've coordinated with the main axes, financial and a commitment at a national level, access to water, agriculture, transfer of income, and others. Next, please. Next. So these experiences have led us to implement a fast track, which is how we can actually implement and test our methodology. For this, the Council of Champions has decided to choose 3 countries where we are going to implement the national programs in these 6 work areas. Here we have countries that have already developed these plans, and now we're working with the countries for their implementation. The idea is that this year we're going to have the first results of the partnership, and then we'll see how to move forward. In this methodology, we're going to employ this so that we can have the first experience and develop their own plans and see how to coordinate in order to guarantee financial support.
Acelerando un poco, pues tenemos una presentación un poco más larga con mucho más detalles y si quieren nosotros también
We have more information and we could further detail this, and I don't have enough time now, but we will present this later and are open to questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leonardo. Now we have the agreed comment section. First, we will have Rodrigo Martinez, who is the higher official of social affairs of ECLAC. And he currently coordinates the work of the Regional Conference on Social Development of Latin America and the Caribbean, and the area of social institutions of social development from ECLAC. He will focus mainly on the perspective from the cost of malnutrition and financial sustainability. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Ernesto. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to make some comments on this respect. I would like to start by thanking the work of Brazil by bringing forward this partnership. The Global Partnership Against Hunger and Poverty, putting this issue in the core of the G20 and focusing on the importance of this topic, which relates to the work that we are proposing as one of the main issues within the discussion of the Second World Summit on Social Development. Therefore, the opportunity that we have today of having a country-level discussion with the different institutions to talk about the fight against hunger and poverty with this partnership is a very positive synergy. Similarly, I would like to thank you for the opportunity provided by the task force of G20 with the presence of Brazil in the previous year. At that moment, we contributed with a regional experience representing ECLAC with some of our work to set some topics over the table. First, I would like to provide some data on the importance of the topic. Ernesto was talking about the size of poverty and how extreme poverty has evolved in the region yesterday. In several moments, we talked about inequality and its problems in our region and the different dimensions that it has, and the challenges involved in advancing in the mitigation of inequality in each one of its aspects and the ability to measure them properly. I would also like to add some comments in terms of food insecurity, hunger, and malnutrition in the region and how this is important. First of all, the prevalence of food insecurity has increased severely since the beginning of the measurements that started in 2014. 22.6% of the regional population identified themselves as experiencing a situation of food insecurity. This is more than 139 million people. After the pandemic and COVID in 2023, we also had 50 million people more in our region with people experiencing food insecurity, 188 million, according to a large number of the population, according to the FAO. The cost of a healthy diet in the region increased from $3.16 to $4.6 PPA between 2017 and 2022. This is well above the world average, which is $3.96 PPA. That is how almost 183 million people in Latin America and the Caribbean weren't able to afford a healthy diet in these years. And let's keep in mind that the region is a source of export for food, and it has a surplus of food, which is even more concerning with that regional approach and how it affects each one of its inhabitants. Then we're talking about malnutrition. Chronic malnutrition, this is the deficit in the size for age in the population of children below 5, affected 11.5% in 2022, which is a drop of 10 percentage points in years. This means that the region has advanced in the process. This important achievement, however, has greater differences between the different countries. While countries such as Chile, the Turco and Caicos Islands, Paraguay, or Santa Lucia have prevalences of below 5%. In Chile, it is said that child malnutrition is inexistent in statistics because it is below 2.5%, which is below 2 standard deviations in the distribution of our population. In other countries such as Ecuador, Honduras, and Haiti, it exceeds 17%. In the case of Guatemala, 45% of children below the age of 5 suffer from chronic malnutrition. This talks about a structural problem in this dimension. And if it weren't only a problem of malnutrition, in the region, we have the double burden of malnutrition. There is a transition in terms of nutrition that is taking place right now, just as we are experiencing a demographic transition process right now, as heard this morning. In nutritional transition, we are experiencing the double burden of malnutrition. We have malnutrition and obesity and overweight. We have between 2020 and 2022, increasing in the age range below 0 to 5, which is 3 points above the world average. And in adults, it is 3.9% obesity according to the body mass index in 2022. We have a serious problem in nutrition. And that is a problem that affects our entire society. Now, this is how it works in the region and in the world. This was shown in the presentation of Minister Wellington Diaz. But although these are priorities for the partnership, they should also be priorities for the messages in the Second World Summit. And that's how we have expressed it in the region, in the documents produced by ECLAC and those produced in the framework of the Social Development Conference, putting poverty, hunger, and inequality at the core of our priorities. These are long-standing issues. They have been difficult to be addressed. But in the region, we believe that there are opportunities to advance in them. The pillars of the partnership and the basket of policies are within the core of the priorities of the second summit, and therefore this link that we're making today is important. However, I would like to address an additional topic that many times is not included in our conversations. On the one hand, eradicating poverty and hunger supposes or implies considerable costs. The financial sustainability of bringing forward these policies is vital. However, many times we do not see what it implies not to consider the current costs that we have, because there is malnutrition. Malnutrition implies costs and social and economic impacts on people, but also costs for the entire society. And therefore, facing malnutrition and food insecurity should not be considered as an expense, but as an investment, because it eventually will have costs recovered and the possibility of great benefits in the long term, specifically when we listen to the approach in terms of how it affects the life cycle of people. But the fact that it has cost shouldn't make us lose the view that it involves rights. That is why we have highlighted the importance of looking at hunger and malnutrition as an impact that affects people, society, and economy. Aware of this situation, since 2005, we started the studies on the cost of hunger with the World Food Program, and in 11 studies of Latin America, 21 in Africa. And starting in 2014, we started with the cost of the double burden of malnutrition in 8 countries of Latin America. Just to give you some information, the double burden of malnutrition, this is child malnutrition together with overweight and obesity in adults, reached in 2014 almost $500 million in Chile and almost $29 billion in Mexico. And why? Because of the impact on health, education, and productivity. In the case of malnutrition, in most of the studies conducted in those 11 countries of the region regarding the cost of hunger, the cost associated with productivity was around 80% on average. This is the largest part of the cost has to do with the impacts that it has in our society, not only in terms of the expense to address the problem individually, which is healthcare and education. The greatest burden in terms of the GDP takes place in Guatemala, 16.3% of its GDP, 18% in El Salvador, and 10.2% in Honduras, with the studies conducted on the double burden. And it is worth mentioning that in 6 out of the 8 countries where we have conducted this study, the highest cost is associated with overweight and obesity, which is increasing. Therefore, investing in these policies, more than just solving the problem of people, implies a long-term investment. A second element that I would like to highlight, together with the cost of these problems, is to bring forward the policies to look for a solution, has to do with the centrality of institutions. We need institutions that live up to the challenge, with institutional frameworks that can reflect the formal commitment of the countries in terms of taking responsibility, with human and financial structures, and with management instruments that live up to the challenge. In that respect, together with a preoccupation on financing policies against hunger and malnutrition, also consider policies to fight poverty. We need to advance in our institutions to fight against poverty and inequality. And in terms of poverty, for ECLAC, within the framework of the Conference on Social Development in the region, we have expressed the importance of having a standard for public investment that allows to take action on sustainable financing to eradicate poverty with non-contributive social policies. And within that framework, the conference has discussed our proposals, which have been positively welcomed in the last meeting of the board of the conference. And this is to have between 1.5 and 2.5% of the GDP for the expenditure in this type of non-contributive social protection policies to eradicate poverty, or between 5 to 10% of public expenditure per year. This is to give sustainability to these policies and promote the ability that institutions that are responsible for these large objectives have, which are within the center of the priorities of the second Social Development Summit. This is not new. What is new is having a standard to eradicate poverty. And it is a curious thing because it is important. However, we do not have standards worldwide, such as healthcare or culture have. Regardless of the fact that in the region, we still have a long way to go to achieve those goals. These proposals are part of the set of policies that we have with the World Food Program, and they also relate to the work that we have created for the framework of the second regional conference on social development and looking into the second World Summit. To conclude, I would like to congratulate once again the work of the Global Partnership Against Poverty and Hunger, especially the work of the Ministry of Social Development of Brazil for its leadership. And I would also like to highlight the opportunities that we have today to bring forward this topic in the framework of the second summit as the core of the discussion. And we have seen this in the documents that have been written by the countries in charge of the conference. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Rodrigo.
Thank you, Rodrigo. Before continuing, I would like to comment that right now we have 149 people connected to this meeting, and therefore it is a reason of joy for us. And next, we have the presentation by Lineto Shuma. I will ask the technical team to upload this presentation and to help her through. She is the Secretary of the Department of State for Social Protection and the Elderly Affairs people in the Department of State for Social Protection. She coordinates a program of community skills, the services for handicapped people and the initiatives for family protection in the country. And we have asked her to reflect upon this initiative, the World Alliance for Hunger and Poverty. I will give the floor now to Mrs. Ochuma.
So much for welcome. As you've been told, my name is Lynette Ochuma, the Secretary for Directorate of Social Development in Kenya. I'll want to give my presentation by starting from the first. Kindly, the person project the first slide. So I'll give the Kenyan context in terms of giving the statistics that we have. Our population currently is at 47,564,296, according to the census that was done in 2019. But looking at the projection, we are now at 50 million. And if you look at our poverty rate is at 36.6%, and our food poverty percentage is at 32%. So this shows that despite our poverty rate is still very malnutrition level, our stunting levels are at 26%. Underweight, we are at 11%, and wasting, we are at 4%. So the situation in Kenya is not very good, but we've done a lot of interventions in terms of trying to eradicate poverty and eradicate hunger in Kenya. So we'll go to the next slide that shows the interventions that we've done. Recently, we had our social protection policy of 2025 that has 3 strategic pillars. One is the one on income security, where we are offering cash transfer to our vulnerable households. And currently, we've covered about 1.3 million. We have our second pillar on social health protection, and that is where we are talking of the social health authority, where each Kenyan has access to health and they're able to access health services freely in Kenya. The third one is on our shock responsive social protection. We all realize the climate risks that affect the global world, and Kenya is one of them. So we've had interventions that will respond to the shocks that we experience in Kenya. So we are saying that pillar 1, pillar 2, and pillar 3 cannot be done if you also don't have complementary social protection interventions, where we now have the economic interventions. So Kenya has adopted the life cycle approach. Let's move to the next slide. It has identified the life cycle approach, where we are coming up with social protection programs that affect the different stages of our life cycle. So right from the early childhood, we have interventions that target the nutrition of the children that are 0 to 3 years. We have our nutrition improvement, cash and health education program. Then we also target the school-going children, where we have the school meals program. We have our youth, where we have the national opportunity towards advancing employment programs for the working age. We have our Kenya Socio-Economic Inclusion program, where we target the vulnerable households with giving them cash transfer and also mentoring them on economic interventions. Then we also have programs for the older persons. So there's a lot that has been done in terms of trying to reduce or to eradicate poverty and hunger. But despite the interventions that we've done in Kenya, we still face some structural challenges. And one of the major structural challenges that we are facing is that we have a low level of coordination among the ministries. So we have ministries doing different interventions, but they're doing them at the directorate level or at the ministerial level, and therefore we've not been able to consolidate this into national programs. So this is within and outside the ministry. So that is one major challenge. The second challenge is that the amount that has been allocated for social protection programs is still very low. We've not been able to meet the 3% of our gross domestic product. So that is one is we have data gaps. As I've said, that different ministries are doing social protection programs and they all have their systems, but we are not able to link these systems together, and that becomes a challenge because again, we are not able to collect what we've been able to do in entirety as a country. We are working very hard in terms of having the private-public partnerships so that we don't have the private entities doing their own thing and the government doing their own thing, but that is still not strengthened and we're it. And then lastly, we have inadequate evidence generation through comprehensive research. There's a lot that is being done, but that is not being reported, and that becomes a challenge. So Kenya is happy that last year in Brazil, we were able to be part of the Global Alliance. And within that global alliance, within a very short time, we've been able to do so much with the support of the Global Alliance. And we really want to appreciate the Brazilian embassy for also supporting us in this. So I will highlight the benefits that we've been able to get as a result of joining the Global Alliance. One, it helps in promoting holistic strategies that align to education. We are working closely with our Ministry of Education in the school meals program. We are also able to align with agriculture, water, health, climate, and the social protection sector. And we have the National Social Protection that is coordinating us in this, and this is helping us in terms of having synergies within the different ministries. Then we have the knowledge sharing. For example, the Brazilian embassy was able to demonstrate to us and even take us to the sites where they've been able to put up the water cisterns. And that is as a result of us joining the G20 Alliance, which is a good thing. We were also able to network with other organizations that are in that space. Recently, when we were visiting the site where the Brazilian embassy has put in the water systems, we met other stakeholders and we were able to develop a network. Then it also helped financing. And as a country, Kenya is privileged to be among the 13 countries that are being fast-tracked in terms of water access. So with the proposals that we have put through, we are hoping that we'll be able to get assistance together with what Kenya is doing. Then improved and targeting systems. Recently, we again joined the South to South Learning Conference that was held in Rwanda, and there's a lot that we learned from the other countries. And with the presentation that Kenya made in the presence of even some members of the G20 Alliance, we've been able to network and we keep on sharing experience. We had teams coming from Ethiopia to come and see what Kenya is doing. So that is a positive thing. Then there is improved data and targeting systems, which we have also been able to do. And lastly, there is the strengthened accountability and participation because we are able to share what we are doing and other countries are able to come and see the tangible things that we've been able to do in terms of eradicating hunger and poverty. So as a result of joining the G20, led to a shift from fragmented short-term integrated policy. We are also able to leverage on the global expertise and resources, and we are also able to empower rural communities and vulnerable groups. And I would say that it is as a result of joining the G20 Alliance that we've even been able to be given the opportunity to participate in this webinar. So we really want to thank the organizers, and we are committed to the statement of commitment that we gave in terms of contributing towards eradicating poverty and hunger. And we are hoping that we'll be able to join the Social Development Summit, the upcoming Social Development Summit that will be taking place.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ochuma. A continuación.
Next, we have the presentation by Mr. Francisco Garcia, the head of cooperation of EU delegation in Chile. And he has also been in delegation of Madagascar, Mozambique, Colombia, and Bolivia, where he also supported the peace agreement with the FARC. He has also been in Brussels. And previous to his position in Chile, he was chief for the National Federation of Association for European Cooperation. So we'll be focusing in the European cooperation in regards to poverty, hunger, and inequality. Thank you, Ernesto. Well, all this list of positions shows that I am getting older. Well, first of all, I would like to greet Lynette from Kenya and our partners from the panel in Brazil and ECLAC for inviting me to participate here. Well, from the EU, as a role of international cooperation, we saw that in this world of today that is very fragmented and each one see that the response should not only be multidimensional, but we speak of the problems of the different dimensions that we have on health and many other issues, including GDP and so on. The reasons for poverty are multidimensional, and this is something that we have to provide in a multilateral manner. So I think that the old people like myself have lived the experience when the cooperation was not coordinated, when it was not dimensional, lateral, and we have to come up with different mechanisms. And finally, we ended up with the SDGs. And we suppose that this should be a coordinated response at the fora. Like these are part of that response. We have Nobel Prizes. The other, they were speaking of these Turkish economists who won the Nobel Prize, and he urges us to create organizations that can help to distribute the power and the wealth and resources.
Yeah.
Rodrigo said that in Latin America, for example, we had sufficient food for everyone. The problem is how we share that out. And therefore, poverty, hunger, and inequality are not isolated phenomena. Inequality creates poverty and hunger, but that is also disconnected from other aspects that create poverty. And even climate change in the UNDP in its report issued in 2022 mentions that the mere drop in productivity associated to temperature increases caused in Latin America and the Caribbean losses representing over $1.7 billion. Now, with this information, no one is surprised that the European Union is one of the strong defenders of the initiative of the Global Alliance Against Hunger promoted by Brazil when it presided G20. And therefore, we can say to Brazil that we continue to believe in these multilateral world initiatives and we will continue to support them. The UNDP also mentions that, and this was expressed in the previous presentation, that in Latin America, 28% of the population has suffered moderate food insecurity, and still in this continent we have 9% of the population that suffered severe food insecurity. The EU, in addition to supporting global initiatives, our own cooperation between 2020 and 2024, and simply in humanitarian aid dealing with hunger and food, we have invested 250 million euros on average per year. But what is most important is the structural causes of food insecurity in our cooperation budget between 20 and 2027. We have devoted 18 billion euros. And the idea behind mentioning these figures is to give you an idea. Our budget is around 200 billion, and this 18 billion represents 90 times what we have spent throughout the world in terms of food security, and we do that in 70 countries of the world.
Pero durante estos años, bueno, cuando...
But during these years, when we analyzed cooperation, nobody could foresee the COVID pandemic.
No contamos con el COVID.
And when we established our budget, as I said, we couldn't imagine COVID-19. We had no idea of food insecurity or of the war in the Ukraine and so on. And in consequence, our conviction is that in 2023, when we held the first summit with Latin America and the Caribbean, that even if the EU and its member states were the biggest contributors to official aid for development in the world, all our investments were simply not going to be enough so that we could achieve SDGs by 2030. We have made significant progress in many areas, but we're all aware that in other areas we haven't had so many achievements because of the many things that have happened in the world over the past few years. And if we wanted to approach the achievement of SDGs, we needed to do more. And this was inspired by our experience in what happened in Europe when we had to overcome the financial crisis in 2008, 2009, because we created investment funds for Europe in order to overcome that crisis where public money was useful to attract funds from the private sector for public sector objectives. And that is how we created the Gateway Global Agenda. And what it does is to use the scarce subsidies that we have in order to attract money and obtain money from the multilateral development banks, and thus facilitating investments by the private sector for objectives that will support the achievement of SDGs. For example, in Chile, the head of cooperation of Chile, Chile is eligible for that. In Chile, Chile has received around 20 billion euros in subsidies in order to facilitate the development of green hydrogen, because it's one of the objectives of climate change. And we attracted two banks, two European banks, to establish an investment funds of 200 million euros, in other words, multiplying by 10 what we invested. And through Corfo in Chile, we were able to work with the World Bank, with CAF, and obtained 1 billion euros. In other words, we multiplied this by 40 times, and that has created a pipeline of projects for Chile, for the private sector, of around 20 or 25 billion euros. In other words, our investments has made the public money that from the private sector that was not there to be invested in green hydrogen in Chile. So the fact that we're there supported has helped that investment to support development. The Global Gateway has objectives that is called the 360-degree approach, and therefore we help the Chilean and European industry to support hydrogen in terms of fair employment, in terms of the inclusion of communities, in terms of decent employment, and so on. All these projects have to be done with a development objective. That is the underlying principle. Now, in Latin America, that will concentrate 45 billion euros for sustainable development goals in terms of public money. This doesn't come from the European public development banks, but that is not everything. We can have a public investment in lithium, in sustainable transport, in the metro in Colombia, or in the digital transition. We believe that indeed, as mentioned by Rodrigo, the problem in Latin America is not so much in terms of the production of food, but rather in sharing what is produced, in sharing wealth, and in bridging inequalities or resolving, overcoming inequalities. We have the Euro-Social program in Europe that works with 12 countries in the region, focusing on supporting the generation of national public policies in these 19 countries in terms of gender equality, in terms of a better democratic governance, and also in terms of social policies, inclusion policies, care policies, fiscal policies aimed at the distribution of taxes and so on. And therefore, through these programs, we have been able to generate gender equality laws in several countries. The equal salary law in Colombia, and also here in Chile, we have inter-peer cooperation, which involves a cooperation of European and Latin American parliaments. So we have helped Panama and Bolivia to create the parliamentary subcommittees in order for the achievement of the SDGs. And that program that was very successful when it came to the generation of public policies. In May of this year, we launched the new program on social inclusivity with a budget of 60 million euros for the region, which is quite important, and is aimed at reducing inequalities and promoting more inclusive societies in Latin America. There is a specific line in terms of care, which is a priority when it comes to the reproduction of gender inequalities, but not because of gender inequality viewing women as victims, but because a care policy will lead to greater productivity in the country, greater employment, and wealth in countries. There are studies that evidence that if we achieved gender equality in labor markets in the world, that would lead to an increase of 8% in the world GDP simply as a result of that. So we believe that that is important, and we do that hand in hand with our member states. We work with GIZ in Germany, likewise with France, with Spain, with Italy. It's a joint program where that the European Union works with, and we also work with ECLAC when it comes to that program. Now, as I said, at the beginning of my intervention, all of us have to work on this in a coordinated fashion. We cannot go back to the 70s when we were all doing separate things. Now, within that program, there is a supplement to that program that will be provided by CAINCO of Bolivia and Santa Cruz. And what they will do is to support social innovation and new policies in the region with a special focus in Latin America on the reduction of inequality. What new policies can be supported for research? What is the state of the art? How many Nobel Prizes can tell us what can be done in order to reduce inequalities? Because the best way, the fastest way of reducing hunger and poverty in Latin America is not so much production, but rather through a better distribution of what we already have. And there is another aspect, which is the creation of infrastructure for in countries. The UNDP has highlighted that the infrastructure is the vertebral column of resilient human development. And that global gateway program with 45 billion euros will hopefully lead to many, many more billions for projects. With a development objective that may create capable of creating infrastructure, which is what the private sector creates. Now, with all this, I've given you an outlook. We have actions related to food security and aimed at the development of agriculture. One of the gateways that we're preparing in Chile refers to the application of the circular economy to agriculture and how we reach individual producers with new technologies for the use of water, renewable energy for irrigation and so on, so that they may be able to produce better, and especially in a greener fashion. And thus, hopefully, we'll be able to attract financing from the private sector to help individual Chilean producers to improve or to conduct their agriculture in a more sustainable fashion. So part of the programs are classic in nature in terms of supporting the production of sustainable food, and there is another very important part that has to do with promoting social policies to overcome inequalities. And a third part of the strategy is how we use subsidies to obtain money from multilateral banks and from the private sector in order to create that infrastructure and that sustainable investment that leads to development employment with environmental standards. That is more or less what the EU is doing in terms of cooperation. And from the viewpoint of public policies, what we have to promote is initiatives such as the Global Alliance for such as these, where the wealthiest, the poorest, and middle-income countries, which is the majority, all of us agree on how to move forward together. Thank you very much. Thank you, Francisco. And to conclude this round of interventions, we have an online presentation that will be delivered by Merinas El Awadi, who is Director of the Gender Justice, Population and Inclusive Development team of the Social and Economic Commission for Latin America of Western Europe. This is ESCWA, is the acronym in Spanish.
Por favor, el equipo técnico que sí puede poner el video.
Good morning, good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. It's a pleasure to be with you today for the simple truth. The Arab region has experienced economic growth, but this growth has not translated into social inclusion. The gap between wealth and well-being is widening. Since 1995, most world regions have made progress in reducing poverty, but the Arab region has moved in the opposite direction. Poverty has nearly tripled, rising from 3.6% to 10.3%. In the last decades, the situation worsened. In 2024 alone, extreme monetary poverty increased by 50%. Today, more than 92 million people in the region live in extreme poverty. What's more, this isn't just about income. Multidimensional poverty is also high. In middle-income countries, 1 in 3 people is multidimensionally poor. In least developed countries, it's nearly 1 in 2. Meanwhile, moderate poverty and economic vulnerability have not improved. Instead, vulnerable groups are falling deeper into poverty. This is the reality of the Arab region, and it demands a serious response. We cannot treat poverty as just a lack of money. It is the result of many overlapping deprivations: health, education, employment, housing, and access to protection. To address this, we need comprehensive, coordinated solutions. But here's the issue. Economic growth in the Arab region has been uncoupled from poverty reduction. Let's take the nexus between poverty and social protection as an example. Many middle-income countries have enjoyed steady growth, yet this have not created enough decent, insured jobs. The share of formal employment has stagnated or even declined. Still, there has been some progress. Coverage by at least one form of social protection rose from 1 in 4 people in 2021 to 1 in 3 in 2024. But this is still far below the global average, more than 1 in 2. And how has this progress been made? Mostly through expanding narrow, poverty-targeted cash assistance programs. These programs are vital, but they are not enough. They often leave out the so-called missing middle, people who are not poor enough to qualify for aid, but not secure enough to be protected. At the same time, these systems offer no exit path for poor population to transition into more sustainable forms of protection. So what can be done? We believe the answer lies in fostering connections. If the uncoupling of growth and poverty reduction is part of the problem, then coupling must be part of the solution. Let's start with policy. In the past, economic decisions were made without enough attention to a critical question. What will this mean for people's lives on the ground? When subsidies were cut to save public funds, they were replaced with narrowly focused assistance. This left large segments of the population, especially the lower middle class, without any support. Going forward, economic and social policies must be designed together. That is how we ensure that no one is excluded. Second, we need to rethink how we fund and scale assistance. Right now, eligibility criteria are often shaped by budget limitations. In other words, the system isn't designed around people's needs, it's designed around what the budget allows. This must change. Social protection must be responsive to real needs, not rigid fiscal ceilings. Third, we must end the artificial separation between assistance and insurance. Today, if a low-income person joins a social insurance scheme, they often lose access to assistance. That discourages participation in informal systems. We should be doing the opposite, helping people move from temporary assistance to a long-term protection. This is where integrated systems come in. And at ESCWA, we're supporting this shift. We're helping member states design policies that connect social protection with employment by linking social registries with labor market data. Using our ESCWA Skills Monitor, government can match beneficiaries with job opportunities and training. This transforms the assistance from a safety net into a springboard. Most importantly, we have high hopes in global initiatives such as the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, led by Brazil. This is a promising initiative. Today, 10 countries have joined the alliance, mostly with the support of ESCWA. This opens the door to financial and technical support from around the world. This is needed, so we do not start from scratch, but build on the experiences of others. Colleagues, the challenges we face today are complex, but they are also connected. And that means our solutions must be integrated. We cannot fight poverty without addressing inequality. We cannot promote inclusion without building resilient, universal social protection systems. This will not happen overnight. It will take leadership, innovation, and above all, collaboration. Governments, international partners, civil society, and the private sector must all work together. Only then can we move toward a region where no one is left behind, where every person, not just a fortunate few, has the chance to live with dignity and opportunity. I thank the government of Brazil and His Excellency, Mr. Dice, for convening this high-level meeting and facilitating this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we don't have any more time. It's time for coffee. And I would like to ask that you take some time during coffee to answer the survey of the seminar and of this specific period. As I mentioned, we will not have time to answer questions, but so far as I invite colleagues to go for coffee, I will answer some questions that were asked in the chat. The others can go to coffee to take advantage of the time, but I'm going to answer. What bibliography do you recommend to delve into how trade affects malnutrition? I asked AI naturally. And main recommendations, the document, Regional Panorama for Health and Nutrition for 2024 by FAO, FIDA, PAHO, and UNICEF. Global report on food crises from the Global Network Against Food Crisis and the State of Food Insecurity and Nutrition in the World from 2024 by FAO. Thank you.
Vamos al café ahora y volvemos en 15 minutos.
Back in 15 minutes.
Buenas tardes, señora. Buenos días, señora Milagros. ¿Nos escucha en sala? Branco, por favor, ¿puedes mandarle una solicitud para que la señora Milagros se desmutee para hacer una pequeña prueba de audio? Porque la vemos.
Hello.
Uno, dos, tres. ¿Nos escucha, señora Milagros?
Hola.
Sí, nos escucha, la escuchamos. Perfecto. Muy bien, la vemos y la escuchamos muy bien.
Y para
¿Tiene ¿tiene alguna presentación? Vale, perfecto. ¿Puede compartir? Le vamos a dar el rol y ahí puede presentar.
Elias, aqui do Brasil, do MDS. Me escutam?
Vale, nos llega la presentación. Branco la podría. ¿Cómo? Sí, sí, el desarrollo de la primera infancia y los siguientes 1000 días.
puedo hacerlo, la seguís viendo entera, ¿no?
Ahí la estamos viendo en modo presentador, con las notas y eso.
Ay, ahora cómo salgo de acá. Display settings. Vamos a hacer en slideshow. Vamos a hacer así.
Branco, ¿puedes mutear al señor Elías, que tiene el micrófono abierto? Súper. Ahí la vemos, perfecto, y se pasan las láminas.
Una pantalla y no la otra, pero veo que no, que la tengo que dejar que ocupe toda la pantalla. Ok.
Vale, súper, muchas gracias.
Cámara entonces por ahora y me silencio.
Excelente. Igual también dejar de compartir. Señor Elías, ¿podemos hacer una prueba de audio y video con usted? Muy buenos días.
Bom dia, podemos sim.
Vale, lo escuchamos muy bien. ¿Puede abrir su cámara? Podría, exacto, perfecto. Vemos que está desde un dispositivo móvil, así que igual lo vemos y lo escuchamos. Súper bien. Vale, sea usted. Perfecto, gracias. Hola, señor Elías. ¿Qué tal? Lo escuchamos muy bien. Le quería preguntar, espérame un segundo. Eh, ¿Sabe si se va a conectar también la señora Tuani?
A senhora Tuane, por motivo de força maior, não poderá participar.
Ah, de acuerdo. Entonces usted va a dar la intervención de parte del Ministerio de Desarrollo Social. Perfecto. Súper, gracias. Gracias.
Hola, buenos días a todas y a todas.
Good morning to all of you. We will start this session.
Comenzamos entonces.
Let's get started.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning to all of you here joining us online and here in the room. It is a pleasure to welcome panel 3 of this regional seminar called Childhood, Fostering Institutionalism and Investment for Inclusive and Productive Social Development. In this panel, we would like to highlight the vital role of investment in childhood policies for development strategies in the different countries. We're starting from a fact that our region unfortunately doesn't have enough investment for the challenges that we have. Comprehensive development in children is key and priority to guarantee the exercise of their rights, but also due to the important and documented impacts for society as a whole. Childhood investment is one of the social policies with greatest social and economic returns, and it is vital for the development of countries. However, this is not always translated effectively in the level of prioritization that these policies should have in regional development agendas. This is why we wanted to have this panel with a series of very well-known panelists that will show us some arguments and especially evidence and experiences on implementation, as well as the challenges involved. I would like to start by introducing Daniela Truco, who is a higher official of social affairs at ECLAC, senior officer, who will do her first presentation, which is investment in children for inclusive development. Investing in children as a priority for inclusive social development. Daniela, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Claudia, and good morning, everyone in the room and those who are online. Today, I'm going to make this presentation, as Claudia said, regarding the importance of investing in policies, comprehensive policies for the protection of the early childhood to face inequality that has been identified by ECLAC as one of the traps that the region is facing, as the executive secretary said yesterday. This is based on a published study last year together with the UNICEF office, which is complemented with other works that have been conducted in the Division of Social Development. So these are the contents that I'm going to present. First of all, why do we need an agenda of public policies for the early childhood? The urgency to invest, and I will show some indexes of poverty, health, and education for the early childhood. And finally, recommendations in the framework of the Compact for Inclusive Social Development, where it is fundamental to strengthen the policies for the first or the early childhood. And why should we have this agenda? First of all, we say that is strategic. The exercise of rights by people is consolidated right from the early childhood. The return of this investment exceeds that made in any other of the life cycles, and I will delve into it. Is urgent. The pandemic of COVID-20 2020 exacerbated the inequalities of the access of economic rights in the inclusive social development. And it is fundamental, the Convention of the Right of Children and the Convention number 7 of 2006 establishes that children of the early childhood are subjects of rights, and the design of these strategies are fundamental so that they are not developed in an isolated manner. As we said during these days of the conference, we have many differences, and the circumstances where these children are born are the predictors for their development in the long term and tend to perpetuate in time. Now we delve into why it is efficient and strategical to invest, first of all, in different dimensions. First of all, at the level of the individual pathway of people, there is a consensus in science, in the field of neuroscience, that this period between the fetal status and 5 years of age is vital, where there is exponential growth, the linguistic, emotional skills that are fundamental for the development of people. The evidence has shown the long-term effect of the interventions made in the early childhood for the social and emotional development and the conditions of health. This has also an impact in the educational and labor-related abilities of the people at the level of the family, particularly in the context of poverty. Investing in the early childhood helps reducing the inequalities, the gender inequalities that are associated to the uh, um, uh, work burden on the women and the line of access to social services, education, and food, and this translating to a better welfare for the people. At the level of society as a whole, also these early interventions for the children under poverty create also a very good return in terms of productivity and the reduction of social costs a long time. These investments do not just break the cycle of progress, but also the resilience of all the society, creating more human capacity and a growth of the productivity, more fiscal return, and facilitating the social cohesion and reducing the pressure on the public services. Now, we go into the urgency to invest in the policies for the early childhood. I will share with you some data, crucial data, regarding the impact of the COVID pandemic in this life cycle. First of all, historically, the household with children have been overrepresented in the population of poverty and extreme poverty in the region. As you can see on this chart, in the region, we calculate that the poverty is affecting 1.5 times more children between 0 and 9 years of age compared to the overall population. During the pandemic, Latin America experienced a very alarming growth of poverty in the earlyhood, with average of 46.3% in 2020 and 47.3 in 2022, 21, sorry. And the poverty in this household is still very significant. And we can see that there is a double impact with the gap in terms of access to social protection, and most of them do not have access to the social protection. 22% of them have access by the non-contributory way. In terms of health care system, during the pandemic of COVID 2019, there were some interruptions of the essential services. And this as a result of the displacements that affected particularly the early childhood, for example, the prenatal services, sexual and reproductive health service, and these jeopardize the progress made in the region previously. We see the case of vaccines, for example, in 2020 and in 2021. 2.4 million children did not receive adequately their vaccines in 2022. This number was 2 million. And this is also marked by inequalities. Children from households that are more poor and rural have three more times of likelihood of not being vaccinated or never vaccinated. And the trust also diminished a lot, and this implies a risk of the reappearance of diseases that were under control and can be prevented. Other factors is that the maternal death rate increase in the region and is increasing compared to the amount we had in 2002. In terms of education in Latin America, we had a more interruption of the face-to-face education, 2 years on average for this interruption of the educational services. And the most important drop of the school assistance or attendance was in the primary school that you can see in the lower curve. So that represents 1 to 3 years before going into the primary education cycle that is the most affected stage. In 2022, most of the educational levels recovered from attendance, with the exception for the education for the early childhood. The inequalities also aggravated the gap between the boys and girls. So we can see that those that are over the line of poverty is increasing by 7 or 9 points in 2022. And the level of investment at this educational level is lower compared to all of the rest. The households therefore have to cope with our own resources to serve these needs. We see that the private sector is gaining way, and this increases the inequalities. In the framework of this compact for the inclusive social development, it is underscored the need to invest to reduce inequality and the improvement of education. And this framework, we propose some general recommendation because it is fundamental to have an agenda of comprehensive policies for the protection of the early childhood coordinated with sectoral policies. In this case, I will not have enough time to present you all of them, but I will review some of these general recommendations. First of all, in the area of policies to ensure the comprehensive development of the children and to have a strengthen institutional framework to have all the processes that should have a stability in time, and as a result of the financial conditions, they should be planned with an incremental perspective. One of the policies that has been highlighted in the recent regional experience are the comprehensive policies for the serving in the first or the early childhood, and they should help the development of the whole development of a child, improving the welfare and their access to the benefits. Some countries in the region have policies that have made headway, as in the case of Chile, Uruguay, and Chile. And I imagine that the panelists later on will be complementing this information. So the first thing is to move forward in designing the legal frameworks to give full guarantees to the exercise of rights of children during the early childhood. It is key to coordinate the regulatory systems targeted at the early childhood and the rest of the judiciary core. 23 countries in the region have these policies, comprehensive um, policies that have been adopted, and also the ratification of different covenants for the childhood internationally agreed. And there are, however, some gaps between the legal frameworks and the real implementation of the policies, allowing to improve the social indicators. Secondly, it is important to expand and reinforce the policies and plans for the uh, comprehensive service or care of the uh, early childhood, having also the financial funds earmarked in order to delve into or deepen uh, their scope, and the design of the policies should also have the sensibility or sensitivity allowing to bridge the gaps of inequality, including the gender inequalities.
En tercer lugar,
Thirdly, we should protect and increase the public investment with financial sustainability to guarantee the universal access to inclusive services and of high quality for the children in the early childhood. That is one of our recommendations. Another example at the sectorial level is ensuring the integration and the financial sustainability of the education for the early childhood in the educational programs as it has been made in some of the countries. It is very important it also to identify the standards, to identify the poverty, and to ensure the inclusive protection that is proposed in this inclusive um, development scheme. Fourthly, it's very important to eradicate the poverty in childhood and adolescence to give the protection, economic protection for the families, and it's a fundamental step to reach this target. This can include the expansion of the coverage for the cash transfers for the household with children and adolescents. There is a widespread consensus in Latin America about the importance because there are some studies that have shown this, showing the importance of the cash transfers targeted to the children and adolescents, and this translates into an opportunity to extend this kind of policies. Strengthening, finally, this monitoring systems for the early childhood is the last recommendation. We should develop and reinforce the information system guaranteeing the follow-up and efficient monitoring of the children's situation by collecting data about these essential indicators, including the linguistic, motor, and other indicators. And some states are still lagging behind, and it's important to make some progress. And there is a responsibility to move ahead in the evaluation of the indicators. SD 4.2.1 for the children below 5 years of age, concerning the learning, the psychosocial welfare, and it's very important to have all the information in order to monitor the progress made. We should also have a better disaggregation of the data than for the children that are undergoing these problems according to their situation of handicaps or disabilities or migration conditions concerning their access to these public policy offer. We should have also the register of the identity of the children where this has not taken place, and to have the identification of the possible beneficiaries of these programs. Finally, to conclude this presentation from ECLAC, we have made a headway in a series of studies that are contributing to this approach. And we have the last study that has been published jointly with UNICEF, and where we have more general and cross-cutting recommendations, and following these cross-cutting recommendation that can be a guideline in order to establish the agenda for the policies regarding the early childhood.
Thank you, Daniela, for your valuable intervention. I would like to highlight this warning that you give us in terms of the situation that our boys and girls live in our region, which is alarming. Because 1 out of every 2 boys and girls living in poverty is a situation which needs to be resolved urgently. And thus, I would like to highlight what you say in terms of investing in childhood as a strategic, urgent, and fundamental element, and also these recommendations to strengthen the institutional framework that are essential in order to advance towards the redesign of better public policies with an impact and with a true benefit so that we can face up to the situation. Thank you very much. And now I would like to introduce our panelists, and we'll have three panelists. Dr. Silvia Giorguli, the president of El Colegio de México, whom we shared well, we heard her keynote address this morning, and hopefully she'll be able to discuss all these elements in greater depth. After that, I'd like to mention that we will have Elias de Sousa Oliveira, Director of Basic Social Protection Department at the Ministry of Development and Social Assistance, Family and the Fight Against Hunger of Brazil, and also Milagros Nores, who is a research coordinator of the National Institute for Early Education Research at the State University of New Jersey. Elias de Sousa has not been here. Well, Elias de Sousa Oliveira will be with us here. So without further ado, I'd like to offer the floor to Dr. Silvia Giorguli. Dr. Silvia, please go ahead with your 15-minute presentation. Thank you.
¿Sí me escuchan?
No la estamos escuchando.
We can't hear. Now we can hear you. Now we can hear you. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to participate in this second panel discussion, and I believe that the things that I will touch upon are supplementary and are completely aligned with what our presenter has already mentioned. So I would simply like to highlight some specific points. Again, as from the demographic perspective, and thinking that this population, this early childhood and teenage population, we will include teenagers here, is no longer growing at a regional level, and on the contrary, it is decreasing in many of our countries. First of all, I'd like to place emphasis on health issues and early childhood issues. I'm not going to repeat what the presenter has already said, but I would like to take away the title of a work by the WHO, Encouraging Trends but Persistent Issues. And I would like to emphasize some of the discussions that we have held for a long time. The rate of infant mortality, where we clearly see a drop throughout the region at around 13 deaths for every 1,000 live births. In Mexico is 12, Haiti is 40, Uruguay, which has the lowest, is 5.5, and this talks about the disparities in the region. But it also, when we look at Japan, for example, with an infant mortality rate of 2, China below 5. I believe that we still have a long way to go. We have made progress, but the idea is to speed up in this sense. Here, I go back to what the previous presenter already mentioned in terms of the importance of health services access for our region, vaccination as a key aspect, and prenatal care among other aspects. The second aspect is that now that we're talking about childhood and teenage years, is a fundamental period in the transition to adulthood. And I would like to focus on teenage years. The challenge for the region in terms of the retainment of the school age population, and so that they can conclude their high school education, coincides with the stage when teenage pregnancies occur, and that continues to be a problem for the region. We are the second region in the world with the highest teenage pregnancy levels, and the UN data mention 1.6 million teenagers that give birth every 25 seconds, and that means that that the issue of teenage pregnancies is growing at a slower pace, but it should be zero. I believe that this goal of establishing the objective of zero pregnancies before the age of 15, between the age of 10 to 14, for example, is something where we could have a consensus at a regional level. And of course, teenage pregnancies is also linked to other issues such as violence against girls and teenagers, and the importance and the emphasis, as mentioned by the presenter, of aspects such as access to sexual and reproductive health services at that stage of life, and also sexual education. In Mexico, we have experience with a national strategy for the prevention of teenage pregnancies, which is about to enter into a new stage. And through our indicators, we can evidence that there has been a drop in the level of teenage births. And I believe that we are advancing along the right lines, but we need to speed up. The third element that I would like to share with you has to do with violent deaths that also begin to increase after the age of 15, and linked to the environment of social violence, to accidents, to traffic accidents in the region, and also, of course, with murder rates that also reflect inequalities. For example, we know that cities with greatest inequality, there the murder rate is far greater. And in the case of the younger population, this issue of violent deaths, as from the age of 15, comes across as a public health problem that requires a comprehensive perspective, linking this with educational policies, with access to health, and with other social cohesion actions. And that also requires a gender perspective, because, for example, we know that the violent deaths before the age of 20, and also among the young adult population of both men and women, have different contexts. After listening to the presenter, I would like to emphasize the issue of education and the fallback in education as a result of COVID. He mentioned some educational figures, and I would also like to add the fallback in terms of the learning. So those of us in the education sector are feeling this need to overcome these weaknesses that have appeared for high school students who are now at university levels, because these problems come from previous years, and therefore we need a clear diagnosis and actions in order to cater for that weakness that we have in terms of learnings. And something that I would like to say as the summary, and this was also mentioned very briefly in the previous presentation, has to do with childhood and migration. I already showed during the keynote address this morning that today what is far more visible is the presence of boys and girls and teenagers in migratory flows. And the whole of Latin America is indeed a region with an extremely high rate of human mobility. What are the implications of this for childhood? Well, there are issues there that we haven't yet discussed in the necessary depth. For example, the effects of the migration of the effects of adult migration upon the children that remain in their place of origin. In terms of Latin American migration, we found a pattern in the case of Haitian migration, which is a migration that they have crossed several countries. There's an important part of the children of migrants that are in Haiti, or that have been born in transit countries, and others that are born in the final country of destination of these migrants. And so it's important to understand how the mobility of adults interact when it comes to childcare and so on. And in the case of the migrant children in movement, who are in movement, that is much more frequent in the past, since 2014, for example, in the case of Mexican migration to the US and also Central American migration. What came across was this phenomenon of the migration of unaccompanied minors. There is a high proportion of children under the age of 12 that are unaccompanied migrants, and that has also been insufficient in terms of migration management, so that we can cater to migrant children to ensure access to health, education, care, protection. There is a legislative weakness in terms of catering for migrant children in all countries, and this has to do with aspects that have become much more visible, and evidences these changes in migration. And in terms of other expressions of inequality, I would also refer to the children of migrants. In the case of Mexico, we already have evidence of the disadvantages that they have in terms of forming part of the educational system if they're children of Central American migrants in Mexico. How the migration situation of parents has an impact upon the childhood years of those children in terms of them gaining access to health, education, and so on. And in terms of the complexity of this aspect in the region, we also have documentation of boys and girls who return, for example, with an increase of deportations from the US, children that arrive with their mothers and fathers who have been deported, and yet they were born in the US and are coming back to their parents' country of origin. And there was also a major return to Mexico of migrants after during the last economic crisis. And this implies a challenge for educational systems. Our educational system, for example, was not ready in order to receive and facilitate the return of these migrants, of boys and girls, to their parents' country of origin. And so these are the points that I would like to add. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you for all the relevant points that you have mentioned, issues related to health, teenage pregnancies, violence, and especially the case of migrant children. That is also of great concern to us. Excellent points, and how we can nourish this agenda of both old and new expressions of inequality that are regrettably disseminated in our region. I would like to convey some very short messages. I would like to remind the people that are connected online that we do have online interpretation, and that we also have 161 people connected online, on top of those that are watching us via YouTube. And therefore, there are many people following these debates. I am not introducing each one of the panelists with their detailed bios, but that is in the program. And please read that, because they are very relevant and interesting people when it comes to these discussions. And I would simply, lastly, like to tell you that we are distributing the survey, the evaluation survey of this seminar. So please answer that, because that is very valuable in order to improve our work.
Gusto de presentar al señor Elías.
Now it's my pleasure to introduce Elias de Souza Oliveira, Director of the Department of Social Protection of the Ministry of Development and Social Assistance, Family and Fight Against Hunger in Brazil. We thank you for your presence, and you have your 15 minutes for comments. Thank you.
Eu vou falar de forma mais devagar, mas quero agradecer imensamente.
I'm going to speak slowly. Unfortunately, Portuguese is not a working language in this meeting, so interpretation will resume when English or Spanish is spoken.
Foco central para o enfrentamento das desigualdades sociais, né, na América Latina e no mundo. Eu quero começar considerando que no Brasil, especificamente, a gente fala e tem que falar, com muito respeito às opiniões contrárias, mas de um retorno da primeira infância para a agenda pública e para a agenda política no país. tendo em vista que não só o Brasil, mas assim como vários países, de forma muito recente, conviveram com governos que tiraram a centralidade da proteção social, do enfrentamento das desigualdades sociais, do combate à fome e, naturalmente, isso fez com que nós tivemos já tão bem e cuidadosamente apresentados pela Daniela, né, nós tivéssemos aí um recrudescimento do conjunto das desigualdades sociais e, sobretudo, na primeira infância, sobretudo sobre mulheres, e no contexto brasileiro, sem deixar, para além de observar o contexto de gênero, o contexto de raça, pretas, pobres e periféricas, consequentemente, de crianças pretas, pobres e periféricas. Essa retomada do governo brasileiro de uma agenda iniciada em 2016, quando construímos o marco legal da primeira infância, ela incide sobre elementos centrais que eu vou tratar aqui de forma muito rápida, né, e depois fico à disposição. O primeiro deles foi o lançamento do programa Bolsa Família no Brasil. Presidente Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, ministro Wellington Dias, secretário nacional de Assistência Social André Quintão, Secretaria Nacional de Renda e Cidadania, né? Fizemos e construímos um outro olhar para o programa Bolsa Família e neles a centralidade do olhar sobre a primeira infância. Hoje, no cadastro único no Brasil, nós temos aproximadamente 11.816.000 crianças de 0 a 6 anos. De 0 a 3, pouco mais de 6 milhões, e de 4 a 6, algo em torno de 5.700.000. Uma das mudanças ou das retomadas do programa Bolsa Família foi retomar o benefício da primeira infância para dentro das famílias com esse perfil etário, dentro do perfil de acesso ao programa Bolsa Família, né? 800.016 crianças com o perfil de renda para receber o programa Bolsa Família, nós atingimos hoje 9.321.000 crianças. Portanto, nós temos uma cobertura de 81% das famílias em situação de vulnerabilidade com crianças de 0 a 6 com este. Isso a gente entende que é uma conquista fundamental. Ampliamos o trabalho com o benefício de prestação continuada para crianças com deficiências. Chegamos hoje a 27.000 crianças, né? Recebendo o benefício da primeira infância.
Se nos está cortando un poco la transmisión. Señor Elías, le pido también, ¿sí? Si puede hablar muy lento, por favor, por el tema de la traducción. Muchas gracias.
Estou em uma região do interior do Brasil, desliguei o vídeo e vou falar mais devagar.
Obrigada.
Bom, prestação continuada, que temos algo em torno hoje de 627.000 crianças com deficiência de 0 a 6 anos recebendo este benefício no valor de um salário mínimo. E dessas 627, pelo perfil de renda, 366.000 recebem de forma acumulada também o programa Bolsa Família. Mas, para além disso, outros benefícios associados para além do programa Bolsa Família foram retomados para poder entender o benefício variável familiar para crianças e jovens de 7 a 18 anos de idade. Hoje nós temos 15 milhões com este perfil atendido. O benefício, né, para além do Bolsa Família, em torno de 850.000 gestantes atendidas, e o benefício de nutrizes durante o acompanhamento até o criança, né, por mil mulheres. Né? Isto desenho da retomada importante da primeira infância, mas não suprime os desafios que ainda temos. Porque nós precisamos colocar isso na agenda orçamentária, o debate com o Congresso Nacional, com municípios, com os estados, para que isso tenha a capilaridade. O acesso à renda é uma condição. E nós não trabalhamos ele desvinculado do acesso a serviços, aos serviços de assistência social, aos serviços de saúde, aos serviços de educação, aos serviços, ao desenvolvimento, a condição sanitária dessas famílias no território. Por isso, o primeiro pacote construído pelo programa Bolsa Família, ele é seguido do reordenamento de uma política, de um programa já existente, que se tornará uma política permanente no Estado brasileiro, que é o Primeira Infância no Sistema Único de Assistência Social, conhecidos por muitos de vocês como o Programa Criança Feliz no Brasil, que passará a se chamar um serviço de proteção social básica no domicílio para crianças de 0 a 6 gestantes, deixando de ser um programa e passando a ser uma política pública permanente, com uma forte ligação com a saúde, com a educação, e ainda no âmbito do programa Bolsa Família, eu me esqueci de dizer, mas é importante, nós trabalhamos muito a mudança na forma de olhar para as condicionalidades do programa, que era no campo da saúde e a questão da frequência escolar. Muitas vezes havia um olhar para o não cumprimento dessas metas como um olhar punitivo, de uma responsabilização da família. E nós passamos a entender isso olhando as desigualdades sociais do território. A ausência de proteção social no território, identificando os vazios protetivos no território para poder entender a lógica. Não dá para falar de imunização quando ela não tem acesso à rede de saúde pública do mundo. Muda e traz um outro olhar para essa perspectiva social, no campo das desigualdades sociais, na lógica multidimensional, entendendo que desigualdade social é uma responsabilidade do Estado. Por isso, todas as políticas públicas devem estar atentas a elas. Este programa de reordenamento do Criança Feliz para o Serviço de Proteção Social Básica no domicílio, hoje 570 municípios brasileiros, 2.995 municípios com adesão, e destes 2.000 municípios, e uma transferência do governo federal para os municípios anual de 60 milhões de dólares aproximadamente, para que possam efetuar as atividades do programa a ser reordenado com um olhar mais para a presença do Estado, entendendo os vazios protetivos e como estes vazios protetivos recaem sobre as famílias. Já estou quase encerrando. Um outro elemento importante é a construção da Política Nacional de Cuidados. E na Política Nacional de Cuidados, né, a forte relação pensando no cuidado do cuidador e, sobretudo, nas mães solos, né? Hoje, no programa Bolsa Família, 70% dos seus beneficiários, nós temos mulheres, mães solos e mulheres chefes de família. Por isso, o lançamento da Política Nacional de Cuidados no Brasil, né, vai se somar a esse esforço de olhar na dimensão de gênero, na perspectiva do cuidado, dos direitos humanos e da dignidade humana, a atenção. E, por último, o Brasil iniciou, em junho de 2024, através de um decreto do presidente Lula, a construção de um comitê intersetorial para elaborar pela primeira infância. né? Nós concluímos os trabalhos deste comitê em janeiro deste ano, né? Criamos um plano nacional integrado para a primeira infância, né? E estamos lançando muito em breve a política nacional para a primeira infância, junto com o plano integrado pela primeira infância, construído a partir de 4 eixos: viver com direitos, cuidar e educar, viver com saúde e viver com dignidade, dando um novo processo de primeira infância, que requer investimento público, que requer fundamentalmente a permanência na agenda pública e na agenda política do país, de estados, de municípios, mas com essa tarefa indutora de induzir estados nas suas agendas locais, né, a prioridade da primeira infância, como estratégia fundamental no combate às desigualdades sociais, né, no enfrentamento às diversas discriminações e à exclusão social. Este é o processo pelo qual o Estado brasileiro tem caminhado, reorganizando o processo para que a prioridade da primeira infância seja transversal para todas as políticas públicas do Estado brasileiro, como eu disse antes, moradia, infraestrutura, as diversas dimensões que envolvem a tarefa e a dimensão da proteção social do Estado brasileiro no enfrentamento das desigualdades sociais. São os caminhos, não sem desafios, né? A agenda financeira, sobretudo, é a mais mas este é um compromisso do governo do presidente Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, um compromisso do Estado brasileiro com a infância protegida no país. Muito obrigado pela atenção de vocês e fico à disposição.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, señor Elias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elias de Souza Oliveira. I would like to stress the development that Brazil has shown through different programs and with this comprehensive perspective of social protection, universal protection, in addressing from Bolsa Familia, the transfer program in Brazil, from Criança Feliz, Happy Childhood, and from the institutional offer for early childhood and national care policy. The different dimensions involved in early childhood development. There are very relevant learnings here for the rest of the region. We regret the interpreting difficulties. It is not a working language for this meeting, unfortunately, but we were able to connect with closed captions. Thank you for your presentation.
Última panelista de este.
We have reached our last panelist in this panel. We have Mrs. Milagros Nores. She is a co-director of research from the National Institute for Early Childhood Education Research from the School of Early Childhood Education from the State University of New Jersey. It is a pleasure to have you here. You have 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation and good afternoon to all of you. The purpose of my presentation is to talk about the series that we launched at the end of last year, The Lancet, with 27 actors all over the world to contribute with more evidence to strengthen dialogues and commitments in the region, and probably address some critical points on recommendations for integration and other issues. This effort on the series at the end of last year is focused on the following 1,000 days, thinking about 2 to 5 years, with a strong acknowledgement of a decade where there has been a noticeable growth in regional and world efforts to extend early childhood programs. And the strong focus is on the first 1,000 days with sensitive and caring care. The evidence that I will provide is a summary And I would also like to acknowledge this period with significant growth in terms of skills and understand it as a especially sensitive window of opportunity to mitigate environmental risks, to promote protective factors, and establish pathways of development and healthy behavior. As it was said before, the absence and presence of risk factors and protecting factors, and also the opportunity to leverage the benefits achieved during the first 1,000 days and all the benefits. Recalibrating trajectories whenever opportunities have been missed. Although in the first 1,000 days we have missed some opportunities, we still have the opportunity to work on them over this period. We're also making an effort in this publication to recognize the benefits and costs of key strategies to promote childhood development and think about the cost of inaction, the cost that we have as countries to stay where we are with the status quo. The alignment on the work on the following 1,000 days is within the framework of sensitive and caring care. This is based on the experience of children, the development of their stage, and also the work and the importance of socio-emotional aspects and the relationships that they have with other children, adults, with the different environments, and the negative effects that we can start seeing with social protection, violent, physical punishment, etc. And the protection systems for children, both with childhood education areas, home visits, community programs that are still important for this age range. And also the healthcare system as a support. We started with a strong support in the healthcare system, focusing most of the efforts for children within the first 1,000 days. But afterwards, it starts shifting towards education. However, it is still in line with healthcare and protection systems. Conceptualization is becoming stronger in childhood development in the first 1,000 days, the next 1,000 days, and a view of all the systems that attain children in terms of healthcare systems, social protection, urban planning, transportation, agriculture, sports and recreation, entertainment, education, is to see how all of this creates opportunities and access, or the limits that they have for some children in terms of policies, and how they address the development of children, acknowledging the different spaces. I'm sorry I wasn't able to translate that slide. We use an index that we created for sensitive and caring care for children in the following 1,000 days. And we recognize that only 1 out of 4 children receive minimum and proper caring and sensitive care, when only 1 out of 4 children, or 3 out of 4, have access to health care, and others that have improper care, or those that have hinders for their growth or development. This figure decreases even more. Children that do not have any experiences of physical punishment, it is only 32%. Those that receive stimulus outside of the home also decreases, and those that access to childhood care is less than 29%. This is one of the highest indicators in the region, but not necessarily present in its entirety. There is also a strong map regarding the ratio of children that have at least 4 of these indicators, and there is a variation regionally and even within it, but there is a strong intra-country variation, and also in the world, in our region. Now, using the work of international development and early development, known as EDELA for its acronym, it measures the situation of children between 3 and 7 years old in countries of low and medium income. This is for sensitive care, and if there is sensitive care, we have better results in childhood development. This is a clear relationship with these programs and stimulus given to children And cognitive development are the gray and yellow lines, and also socio-emotional development in blue and motor skills development in the red line. This is the difference at the age of 5 with children that have care. They have been exposed to programs and they have an edge of 2 years compared to their peers. On the right, those that have a greater access to opportunities, and this represents 2 years of advantage in terms of development compared to their peers. Based on this diagnosis, on the world situation in terms of access to childhood development in the upcoming 1,000 days, we focused on what we know based on scientific evidence and research to understand how to strengthen childhood development in the next days based on what we know, what we have assessed and learned. Effectiveness studies all over the world are focused mostly in 4 types of interventions: money transfers, that was mentioned before, childhood education and care programs, nutritional interventions, and interventions with caregivers and parents. But there are several in the world. Some are multi-component that have a slight combination of some of these interventions. We did a comprehensive review of 100 studies and 955 estimations of impact, highlighting the tendencies in the results of children based on this intervention. And then we conducted an exercise to associate the access to child care education programs and their development. To give you an idea, this is an image that shows the mean effect of the different types of intervention in healthcare, emotional, cognitive, adulthood, and school results of children all over the regions in the world where you can see below. We see a strong potential of impact in childhood development with all the intervention programs that we have developed worldwide. Impact seen all over the world in the different regions. They're all above the blue line of 0 in several domains of childhood development. There are not only impacts on the cognitive aspect, we have socio-emotional development, health, and later impacts associated with them. Also, greater impacts are seen with childhood care and education programs. These programs are those that have the highest effects, and also parenting programs and home stimulation. While those programs related to nutrition and money transfers have moderate impacts. However, when we look at all the programs or integrated program, they're slightly more moderate, but the programs that are part of it that integrate education, childcare, and nutrition are those that have better effects. This has to do with this concept of comprehensiveness, both with multi-components and programs. There is a large variation, and it has to do with what was mentioned earlier in terms of the variation on their implementation. It is not only a matter of going from law to implementation, but we need to see if this is done effectively in the implementation period. So we need to address these issues in all programs. When we look at long-term effects and using new sets of public data, we can assess the efficiency of programs today, because much of the evidence that we have is based on older programs, some from 40 years ago and in high-income countries. Therefore, we want to look currently of the programs that we have today nationally and the current evidence, and looking at PISA that assesses that is an assessment applied in mostly mid and high-income countries to see if children attended education programs and childhood care, and evaluates those that attended and those that not. Then we will do another study called Young Lives that is applied in Ethiopia, Peru, and Vietnam to look at child care and education programs and the long-term evidence. In PISA, children with at least 1 year obtained scores of 0.13 in math and 0.16 in reading. And young lives, those that were exposed to these programs, obtained higher scores in math at the age of 15, but even at the age of 19. And in reading and in speaking skills, results are quite similar. In young lives, we see the impact not only in cognitive development and the school level of children, but also in the reduction of risky behavior that brings in a series of health and social benefits, even benefits in terms of reducing criminality and in the judicial or legal or police systems and in society in general. What we say regarding risky behaviors has to do with early consumption of alcohol in children. In young lives, those exposed to these programs had 6% less chance of consuming alcohol between the age of 15 and 21. We also found associations that were consistent not only between cognitive results that we see in cognitive development in children before the age of 5 and the previous results, but also the impact in the rest of the dimensions that are equally important, such as emotional aspects and executive functions that have to do with regulation capacity, with short-term memory, inhibiting certain behaviors, and that is related to the school tests of later adolescence. This relationship between the different dimensions of behavior. How are we doing in terms of coverage and global participation of these programs of children between the age of 3 and 5? There is a strong regional variation, and there is also a strong variation within our region. Probably not as strong as other countries in the world. However, it is still large and a variation within the countries with strong inequalities. It is not only a matter of access. Although we have higher levels of access, we see inequalities in that access.
Therefore, we made an exercise to calculate the benefits and the cost of the inaction. We wanted to expand the coverage, the quality, and the services of education and protection of the children. And we calculated the specific cost for the children cohorts and by providing 1 year of this service to all the children. This is a part of the 4.2 SDG. And we have the global cost around 500 per year per child and 330 USD per year in the next year. So the national level, it represents minus 0.1% of the GDP in the low-income countries and 0.5% in the other countries that have a higher income. So we compare these with the benefits that we see with the programs that we were able to measure by reviewing the literature, and we focused in terms of the cognitive benefits and the improvement from the cognitive point of view. And we calculated the social benefit in terms of productivity through the lifetime that is lost because of not investing in children. The amount that is lost is not the cost of not action, inaction. So we did this analysis per region and per countries, and then they have the high income countries that lose 0.7% of the GDP, the medium and high income level 2 to 4% GDP, and the those of medium and low 4.1%, while the others, the low income level is 6.8% because of not investing for the high quality education of the children from 3 to 5 years of age. There is a clear variation. Each one of these coverages shows the correspondence with the different countries in terms of the countries that we have in these groups. Income and the cost of inaction is higher when the level of income of the country is lower. So we lose much more as countries in terms of income. Now, to conclude my presentation, the following 1,000 years are a period that is key for the development of the children as two
build upon that. And we show the solid evidence of fast growth that shows the benefits in the short term, and this confirms what the evidence has been showing in the last decades. And then we have the high quality programs to improve the child development are still visible and measurable in the mid and long term. The programs for caregivers with the parents and the nutritional problems and the problems of cash transfers can be also positive for the development of children. We can think that when we go from this program of healthcare in the 1,000 days towards in these platforms of protection and childcare are centered in the education and the social protection or in other structures. But those are used also as a key platform for the healthy behavior amongst children and then the food supplements. So when the children have access to these spaces, they are also a platform so that education is effective vis-a-vis the different needs and recognizing that those who are serving the children can be different in the rural or urban setting or in one country or another. So we see that this is still very unequal and low. I'm providing 1 year of child care to children. It represents more or less 1 point of the GDP, and this is transferable to 6 or 8 years in term. And is indispensable to work in improving the access and the quality for these programs of education and care of the children. And the investment is not very high. So we have an approach that is very aligned with the promotion of the investment in the first 1,000 days, which is clear to fulfill the SDGs in terms of health, education, and equity, and complemented these investments in the first 1,000 days. There is a need of commitment from the financial governance, multi-sectoral point of views that are national and local, that are not only focused in equity, but also the high quality. It's not only a matter of access, but we need to have the equality for the different subgroups, but also we need to provide a high quality. Some other recommendations, and I will stop here because I already used my 15 minutes. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Milagros, for this presentation that is very valuable, showing the evidence that is very strong regarding the present situation of the children and the enormous gap for everyone to have access to these programs and the evidence and the cost of not doing, which is fundamental to move the political players, those who are in charge of the budgets in our country, who make the decisions to bridge these gaps. We should put the accent also on the quality of the um, services. At ECLAC, Rodrigo Martinez has conducted a very important work concerning the cost of hunger, the cost of not coping with the situation, and this is linked very closely to this powerful evidence you show. So we invite you to read this publication of Lancet. So thank you very much for this presentation. I will give now a minute for each one of the people asking for the floor. I will start with the panelists, and then I will give the floor to Daniela. We already have some comments and questions, but later on we can give you further details. The most important things that have been underscored is the measurement of the public investment and social investment also in the early childhood and adolescence. Are there some studies to render all this information visible, if there is a standard or goal in this regard? The role of the sectoral policies has also been outlined and how we need to move forward for this in connection with the early childhood. It has been also highlighted the need to have measures that can take care of the territorial situations because it's not the same in the rural or the urban setting. So I will start with Dr. Sylvia. I don't know if you would like to take the floor. Just 1 minute to conclude this part, and we can send you the questions later on. Well, I think it's very interesting, and it is very important to take into account the evidence that Milagros is showing, the evidence she commented on Brazil. And I would like to propose here some questions that are important. First of all, we have to understand this lack of synchronity that exists sometimes between the investment that is going to have an effect in other parts of the public management. And this is one of the difficulties to convince and to give a continuity for the long term. I would like to add also the assessment as a central pillar, something that has been also underscored by the moderator. In the case of Milagros, I think it's very interesting to see all the evidence that she is providing and all the learning we have gained vis-a-vis the primary and medium education, the design of the contents for the early childhood education. Now it was rather focused in this part of the coverage, but how we can move forward in order to see the contents, the quality, and the assessment with tools that should not be like PISA's tools, but showing the best contents that are required for the early childhood. Thank you once again for your excellent participation. And now, Mr. Elia de Souza Oliveira. If you can express yourself in English, would be very appreciated to understand you.
Mais uma vez, agradecer a oportunidade da participação, dizer que estou muito de acordo com a fala da professora no seguinte sentido, de que a gente tem que pensar a qualidade do investimento, a quantidade do investimento na relação que aquilo que a realidade nos mostra de necessidade de atendimento, mas a qualidade desses serviços. Já nos é muito claro que somente a transferência de renda às famílias, sem o devido acompanhamento dos serviços socioassistenciais, do campo da proteção social para acolhida e cuidado a estas famílias, né, nós não avançaremos. A outra coisa é só dizer que uma das tarefas que nós fizemos na construção do Plano Nacional de Cuidados, né, do Plano de Ação, foi uma grande ação com todos, e todos os ministérios tiveram que apresentar, a partir deste conjunto de dados, inclusive dados dos levantamentos da CEPAL, do Unicef, que são parceiros, sobre a realidade latino-americana e sobre a realidade brasileira, dentro das suas áreas de intervenção, a prioridade para as ações de proteção na primeira infância. Sejam aquelas que atingem diretamente, sejam aquelas que têm como beneficiário direto as famílias e as famílias com crianças de primeira infância. Então, a intersetorialidade passou a ser um dever de ofício de cada ministério para estar contemplado no plano e na política nacional. Com as definidas e para o diálogo. Por último, reforçar de que esta dimensão política, essa escolha de gestão pública e política, ela tem que estar muito bem articulada para a gente pensar desde os níveis governos centrais, estados e nas municipalidades. O local e o global têm que dialogar de forma permanente para poder aquilo que a primeira infância, sobretudo aquelas em situações de maior vulnerabilidade, nos pedem diariamente. Muito obrigado mais uma vez.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elias de Souza Oliveira. Very important points for reflection. And now, Mrs. Vilagro. I would like to comment that we have added the need to think of childhood in conflict in the warlike events and the victims of violence as one of the fundamental elements to be taken into account, and also the situation of the refugees. Thank you. Thank you. In the first work, although we didn't have enough time because we have a lot of information, but in fact, we worked on violence, and it is one of the factors that impede the development of the children, and what are the policies to take this role that we can have in order to let these children have opportunities for comprehensive development. And based on the recommendations, it is important to measure the quality in the quality measurement, as well as to have the optimal development, the effective development of children. Not everything has to be developed everywhere, because I work with many governments showing that it's not important to have censi, and the important thing is to have access, and that is what we measure through the censi, to have participation ratios for the early childhood and the budgets. But at the level of the development of children, we should have different samples showing the possibilities, opportunities, inequalities, and to understand where we have some flaws and where we have to concentrate the efforts in order to visualize some of the problems. The work I referred to speaks of these cash transfers that could be a possible addition for some vulnerable groups. And we also speak in this work about the inclusion. And that requires another type of opportunities, accesses, and the access should be monitored, should be also done from the platform of the early childhood for the comprehensiveness. And also there is a complexity of integration, because everybody would like to own these processes. And I think in the region we had very positive examples when we have a leadership from the top down. And in general terms, institutions that can think that not just one program should serve and have everything, but all the programs should be coordinated so that the children that are in hunger can have these nutrition programs, and they also can have a combination of programs. So we already, for example, we already finished the vaccination program, and there is a space for the work with the parents, with the communities, in order to serve them and to make sure that we can have an effective transition and the system of preschool system. So all of this is important. The space is important, the rural and programs, and this is not a problem in the rural settings, but the important is the other way around when we speak about the materials for the teaching. So we have to understand which are the different integrating roles and different spaces that the different departments can be leaders of through a series. That is to say, everybody is committed to that, with the follow-up and monitoring, where all the ministries who should be committed in this space, and to reduce therefore the lack
network of opportunities that we are facing and the synergy of our systems.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Milagros, for all the elements that you have brought to the fore. A tremendous contribution. Now, Daniela Truco, you have one final minute so that we can end the session. Thank you, Claudia. Very interesting panel discussion and many diverse and interesting contributions. Thank you very much, everyone. I would like to refer to investment flows. As from ECLAC and together with UNICEF, we developed a methodology to analyze investment in childhood that was applied in at least 3 countries of the region. And that is a proposed methodology. We haven't continued to discuss that. And since it is a cross-cutting issue, it's not easy to determine this. So we have also conducted other studies to estimate the reduction of poverty involving cash transfers to households with the presence of boys, girls, and teenagers, and all that is published in our website under the title of Childhood, and that is available for anyone who may want to consult that. And with regards to standards, we know that at least from the sphere of education for early childhood, UNICEF suggests that 10% of expenditure on education be devoted to early childhood. In a measurement conducted by UNICEF in 2019, that was estimated at for Latin America at a rate of 11%. And with that, I conclude. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all of those that have participated in this panel discussion. I would simply like to remind you of the survey. Please fill that in. And now we have a parallel, a side event with online transmission entitled Social Cohesion in Latin America, the presentation of 2 documents, the Panorama of Social Institution of Indigenous Peoples and their contribution to social cohesion in Latin America, and Youth and Social Cohesion, a roadmap for significant participation of young people in Latin America. Thank you very much for all your contributions, and we resume at 3 p.m. with this seminar. Thank you very much.
Podemos esperar que regrese solo en amarillo.
Y ellos también hablan, ¿no?
Sí, después sí.
Si tú desarrollas
Las entonaciones. Sí, sí, sí.
yo creo que eso sería una
Oigan, tú se levante. Vamos a poner aquí en amarillo.
Don Ernesto, ¿me escucha?
¿Me escucha?
Sí, lo escucho fuerte y claro, no tengo imagen. Ahí tengo imagen de usted. Sí, sí.
Súper bien y lo vemos bien también.
¿Puedo
Marco.
probar compartir mi
Eso le
presentación?
puede compartir en cualquier momento si quiere.
Ahí está. ¿Se ve?
Perfecto, sí, se ve. Se ve. Súper bien. Ya, que esté muy bien. Gracias, Rafa.
Gracias, Marco.
Hola, ¿se podrá hacer prueba de la presentación? Porfa. Gracias. Muchas gracias. Sí. Ah, que avance. Sí, se había avanzado. Ah, ¿quieren que lo llegue hasta el final? Ya. Gracias. ¿Ahora para atrás? Ok. ¿Ya? Ya. Gracias. Hola, solamente para saludar al viceministro Camey, que lo vemos en línea. Un gusto tenerlo aquí con nosotros y también un saludo a Ernesto Váscolo. Gracias a los dos por estar conectados virtualmente. En unos minutitos ya partimos. Gracias, Ernesto.
Buenas tardes a todas y todos. Vamos a esperar unos minutos.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll be resuming in a couple more minutes. We thank all those connected online, and as I said, we will resume with the activities in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Those that accompany us in this room and those connected online, we're about to begin. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all to this fourth panel entitled Strategies to Advance Towards Universal Health within the account for development of the United Nations, resilient health systems with universal coverage in Latin America and the Caribbean. This project is in its third and fourth year of implementation, and thus we thank the countries that took part in this project and that are still participating: Chile, Colombia, Guatemala, and Mexico for trusting our work, and especially Maria Luisa Mariño, Consuelo, Carla, and all those that have participated in the project. And likewise, our PAHO colleagues who are online and with whom we have organized several joint activities. I would sincerely like to thank, and we all thank, the participation of panelists that accompany us both in this room and connected online. And we thank all those that are listening to this panel discussion. To begin with the presentations, I would first of all like to introduce Maria Luisa Mariño, Social Affairs Officer at ECLAC, who will propose or share a proposal about the dimensions of health system reforms to move towards universal health in our region. Maria Luisa, please, you have 10 minutes for your presentation. Thank you, Amalia. Good afternoon, everyone. I thank the panelists that are here with us and those that are connected online. I would like to deliver this presentation of a work that we're conducting within the framework of the National UN Accounts project mentioned by Amalia, and where we suggest different dimensions of the reforms of health systems so that we can move towards universal health. Indeed, and we have said this on several occasions, health is fundamental for development strategies, and it forms part of social, inclusive, and sustainable development strategies, and is a pre-requirement to advance in that direction. Despite the fact that countries in the region have introduced different reforms to their health systems over the past decades, indeed, we still find weaknesses or structural challenges when it comes to health systems, such as a chronic lack of financing or chronic underfinancing. The average expenditure in the region is below what is recommended, and also segmentation in terms of access to health in accordance with the payment capability that the population has. And therefore, faced with this situation, and this is something that we have mentioned over and over again, there is a need to advance towards universal systems that are universal, comprehensive, sustainable, and resilient. But advancing towards that model, that health model, implies or requires complexity in the reforms, which is precisely what we're going to refer to during this presentation. In a piece of work that was published in 2023 entitled Health and Inequality in Latin America and the Caribbean, we identified at least 5 dimensions that should be taken into consideration for the reform of health systems. And this is the technical dimension, the institutional dimension, the financial dimension, the political dimension, and the communications dimension. And in the next slides, I'll be dwelling on each one of them, but it's important to consider the complexity that this implies, because despite the fact that they are dimensions that seek to help the implementation of these reforms, they must be managed simultaneously, not in parallel or in chronological order, but rather elements that are in constant evolution. The first one is the technical dimension, which is basically the discussion about the model that we want to achieve, the care model that we want to build. And this obviously requires technical consensus in the health sector. And for this, systems require figures and data that have been validated, that are robust, and that enable us to reach the stakeholders involved. The technical consensus is what will enable us to have a solid technical basis to promote consensus in this dimension, so that we can move towards or advance with these reforms. Here, we mention the model put forward by the PAHO, the Integrated Health Service Networks, that have different aspects. Well, one of their strengths is that they seek coordination between different levels of healthcare, and thus enable us to move to help us to overcome the fragmentation of health services. I'm sorry, there is an echo. Somebody has a microphone open. And also mention the work that has been conducted in Guatemala that is strengthening this type of health care model, with a special emphasis on primary health care, trying to guarantee the right to health care. The second dimension is the institutional dimension, which sets forth the institutional framework of health systems, the different dimensions of the institutional framework of the health system that will establish the possibility of implementing the reform, and also to how far we can go with that. And here we identify with the different dimensions is the legal and regulatory one that has to do with regulations, the stewardship, compliance with international commitments and treaties. And this is what has been published as the main aspects of these institutional framework. And one of the important elements for the reform of the health system, ECLAC has also put forward, and this was mentioned by the Executive Secretary yesterday during his intervention, the need to strengthen the technical, operational, political, and prospective capacities of our institutions, so that we can thus face the or tackle the development crisis. And this is something that would be expressed in the stewardship of health systems on the part of the state. And we would also like to highlight the importance of having an institutional framework that enables intersectorial actions, because indeed these types of actions are fundamental in order to effectively tackle the social determinants of health and thus reduce health inequalities. The third dimension is the financial dimension that indeed refers to the analysis of the cost of reforms and its financial sustainability. We published a study that you can also find outside about the financial sustainability of health systems, where we conducted an analysis of the need to, on the one hand, increase investment in health, but with emphasis on allocating and efficiently executing available resources in accordance with this exercise, and having universal health coverage as an objective. We estimate that on average, health expenditure in the region should increase by 1.6 percentage points of the GDP. And this must be done seeking new fiscal spaces in order to increase expenditure in health, and so that we can ensure the coverage and likewise the quality of the health benefits. And this is something that we have worked together with PAHO, that accompanies us during this panel discussion. And we published a document indeed highlighting the need to invest on health. Here I would like to mention that all the elements that have been mentioned have to be taken into consideration jointly. This is a proposal that shines a light upon the complexity of the transformation of these systems. So the fourth dimension, which is the political dimension, tries to incorporate into the design the political and economic interests of the different stakeholders. We could say that this is the political economics of the reform. And the political agreement is indeed fundamental for the sustainability of the transformation of health systems. And in that sense, both in the at a technical, financial, institutional level, and so on, what is fundamental is to strike a consensus that is also capable of promoting agreements in the political sphere. And in order to achieve or enter into those agreements, we need to manage the political economics of the sector, and also identify windows of opportunities at the most feasible moments in order to make progress with these types of transformations.
Finally, the communicational dimension speaks of a public discourse which includes all of the previous dimensions, consolidating communications that are clear, easy access, and effective for all involved, those involved in the reform as well as citizens, in order to facilitate support to the reform. It must be present throughout the entire reform process and the technical design, technical debate, restrictions, modifications, institutional modifications, financial aspects, public debate. It's important to have this dimension of the reform well oiled, well articulated, so that it can promote a positive social agreement. And of course, this would be done with a strategic planning, taking a close look at the stakeholders, making sure you have the spokespersons, and understanding when it is best to communicate these messages. We also need to pay attention to fake news, because during the COVID-19 pandemic, we saw that they were very strong in stopping necessary actions. I think I'm doing well with the timing. To conclude, I'd like to say that we've been working on this, we've followed it, and made a first approach to the publication, as I mentioned earlier, for health and inequality.
And of course, what we seek is to contribute to identify and make visible the complexities of reform processes in health. We know they're necessary so that inequalities in health can remain. And we know there's a lot of people in the region that don't have effective access to health services. And strengthening these will contribute to advance the social sustainable development. The idea was to show you at least 5 dimensions. There may be others that could be considered, but at least 5 dimensions in the health reform that must be taken into account simultaneously. So it requires holistic planning. And of course, always trying to be attentive to these windows of opportunity in order to carry out the necessary political agreements and to move forward in that direction. Finally, I'd like to stress that this task, this identification of these health pacts is necessary in order to advance for social inclusive development and, of course, within the framework of the Second World Summit on Social Development. Thank you. Thank you, Maria Luisa, for your excellent presentation and for bringing these very important points on institutionality to advance on these reforms. I'd like to stress what you mentioned about financing and the urgency of increasing expenditure on public health, and it has to do with the work you've done with PAHO along these lines. And the last thing you mentioned on communications, which also has to do with other conversations that we've had these few days, taking advantage from the public sector of the new technologies, new possibilities provided. We take advantage of IT and the emerging technologies to provide this information to the population. And of course, you mentioned in your presentation that the viability, the feasibility of these efforts has to do with how all the dimensions are included. I'd like to now introduce Luis Raul Chapa. He works in the coordination of health of the IMSS, Welfare Institute of Social Security in Mexico. Thank you, Luis, for being with us today, and welcome to ECLAC. You have the floor. Thank you very much. I'm very excited to be here today and for the invitation to this 5th seminar on social development region, especially because it's so important for us. I believe it is time to share experiences, especially in the Mexican Institute of Social Security and the welfare program. It has over 45 years of history and it provides healthcare services to vulnerable sectors. In a post-pandemic world, speaking of
En un mundo post-pandemia, hablar ahorita de salud universal, la verdad es que
universal health is talking about justice and institutional resilience. That is why in Mexico and through Social Security, the welfare program, we feel that universal health is not an abstract goal. It is an ethical imperative. It is an essential component of social development within a context that we have seen in this form by inequalities, by fragmentation of the systems and a persistent social exclusion. The Mexican model that I'm presenting, and basically the welfare program, is represented by a specific experience of 45 years that is working towards universal health care with a population of over 10 million people. And in this population, we have 2.8 million who have Social Security, but go to our hospitals, there are 81 hospital units, 3,600 doctors or medical units actually that are in rural areas, areas of difficult access. And some of them we even need to take a small aircraft to take medication because they're not, they're quite remote. We have 184, 4 million people who are indigenous heritage. It's very important. This is an area where there are ancestral women that help with childbirth, and it is necessary to work in parallel with this population. Today, I bring a message to show a view where these policies have become a reality. Is we request that once the care is requested, we provide it. We don't only take care of Mexicans. I believe we all know that there is a significant trend of immigration from here to the north, and we have learned to offer and work with these mechanisms in order to offer care for all these people who are arriving. I feel we should say what achievements and what challenges we have in Social Security in Mexico to advance towards coverage and universal access. In this program, we have people who have no social security, who are vulnerable. They have an indigenous component and most likely do not have a paid job. So we find ourselves in a model where the model moves towards primary health care. We find ourselves in 19 of these federative units, and we cover over 60% of the national territory. These are people that live in marginated areas and multidimensional poverty, and we've talked a lot about that here during the forum, and who pertain to indigenous communities. We guarantee gratuity. These services are free of charge without any administrative obstacles. In this program, we have a community component as well. We've had to build bridges and communications. It's over 32 languages that we see. We've invited the personnel to join healthcare services. We have personnel who speak their native tongues, and this has allowed us to increase and improve our communications. There are units where access is only by foot several days, but we are able to take medication and other materials with airplanes. And this allows us to have over 47 consultations, general health and prenatal as well. We are working against the reduction of child or maternal mortality. And recently, my Mexican colleague talked about the national strategy for teen pregnancy prevention. And of course, we're working on this as well. We have been somewhat successful. It's over 75,000 childbirths, and some continue to be performed by the voluntary midwives. So we began training them so that we can help prevent that maternal mortality, insisting and inviting them in partnership with other institutions so that they can take their patients to our institutions. These images you can see, that's the Sierra de Huachocha in Chihuahua. You can see my colleagues, and we take medication and medical materials to those vulnerable communities. Another isolated area, we also have sustained maternal mortality, but there has been a reduction in neonatal deaths. And we have high risk pregnancies, and therefore midwives collaborate, personnel volunteer personnel also come to these rural units and participate and work together with the healthcare system without pay. They are not necessarily workers. It is the community that is working in benefit of people who live in those areas. We arrive where no one else arrives, communities where there is no other medical contingent. And it is what we are able to do today, but we are aware that we still have many challenges. A moment ago, Luisa was talking about transforming these policies, and she even mentioned some dimensions. I think we all agree that we have challenges, and these challenges are a total national coverage, overall national coverage. And we are working to achieve full national coverage, 100%, with medical personnel that truly help increase coverage and also, of course, increase investment. We require sustained investment on medical units. Of course, we need equipment, we need medical personnel that can and wishes to go to those communities. It is a challenge to convince gynecologists and pediatricians to go to those remote areas, but there are Mexicans there. There are people who need health care, who need safe medical care and in a timely fashion. Here we have an image of people who have somehow devised a gurney to take people to a medical unit. They walk all the way up and people help us. They help us arrive to Somolica. And even when they activate an obstetric emergency by radio, they let us know. And this is done with an actual effective communication of the entire healthcare system, public and private, in order to guarantee that we're going to save a life with the logistics. It is important. It's a very significant contribution to the welfare program to have primary health care and care for vulnerable groups. Another aspect that I want to comment on is that the program works with primary healthcare approach that includes very important access as a preventive comprehensive approach in the primary level of attention, which consists of the more than 3,000 units of rural medicine, but with participation of the community itself and an integrated healthcare services network. So if rural communities have a hospital nearby, regardless of it being from social security or other, can allow us to get there and provide the services to the patient. We cannot deny that there is an active interculturality factor, and we must include those uses and customs. And instead of fighting with the community component, such as midwives and volunteers, we need to work with them to train them so that they can acquire healthy habits. This model does not only provide services, it accompanies social and community processes promoting health as a collective good. What we have achieved in terms of community participation and interculturality is the following. We have seen them with respect, we have adopted their customs, and we have incorporated them in our system through training and alliances with different institutions of the public and private sector. An important part of the program is joint work with community leaders that allow us to enter their communities, such as volunteer midwives, health volunteers that are in charge of communities or regions with several communities. And we must acknowledge the fact that the community sees them as leaders. They're an active part of the healthcare team and provide a timely service to pregnant women. When we have a pregnant woman that does not go to consultations because she sees midwives, they convince them of going to the hospital. We have shelters near the hospital, more than 50% of them. And that has helped us to have patients come back because initially
physicians provided the service and returned them home, but there were communities that were 4 hours away. Therefore, we provide them with a place to stay, we provide them with food to the patients and their families, and that has allowed us to decrease maternal mortality. We believe that reproductive health, I'm sorry, Luis, please, you must close in 2 minutes. Yes. The program has worked with that strategy. It is a structural tool of the Mexican state that allows to guarantee universal health with equality. And to consolidate that path, I believe increasing financing progressively also consolidate a national approach and strengthen an intercultural and community approach. These are part of a strategy that wants to be integrated in several countries with the provision of universal healthcare. I would like to thank ECLAC for being a milestone here in many topics, including social topics, equality, and healthcare. Thank you very much, Luis, for your presentation. I'm sorry for distracting you. It was a couple of minutes before you concluded. The IMSS Wellbeing Program is a significant action towards universal healthcare in Mexico. As you were saying, by focusing on all primary healthcare strategies. From your presentation, I would like to highlight the following and what we know about your work. I would like to highlight the community role of prevention and promotion of health in the different territories, which is an enormous challenge, not only in Mexico, but in the entire region in terms of reaching these areas quickly with healthcare services. This is for rural areas. Next. We have the presentation of Jenny Pilar Torres, head of the Office of Sectorial Studies Planning of the Ministry of Health of Colombia, who will share the experience of Colombia in the implementation of strategies to strengthen primary health care and move towards universal coverage. It is a pleasure to have you once again here at ECLAC. Pilar, please, the floor is yours. Amalia, thank you very much. I would like to thank my colleagues from ECLAC for inviting me today to this 5th seminar, regional seminar on social development. We have greetings from President Gustavo Petro, Minister Guillermo Alfonso Jaramillo, and my colleagues at the Ministry of Health. Colombia has advanced towards universal coverage of health care, persons and people in the territory. We want to guarantee that the right to health is exercised, and this means putting people in the core of the system, recognizing their particularities, their lives, and the environments where they inhabit. That is why the Ministry of Health and Social Protection leads from the transformation of the system with specific strategies that can prioritize prevention, territorial equality, and prevention with differential approach. Starting with a health reform in Colombia, which is provided by the state to guarantee the fundamental right to health through a more fair, equal, and territorial model. This proposal seeks to correct the current system's structural flaws, ensuring universal access and setting aside the barriers of the market with transparency in resources. The reform reaffirms the commitment of our government with dignified public and the healthcare close to communities. That's why I will mention some of the strategies that transform life of people. Our purpose in our national plan for development of 2022-2026 proposes making Colombia a healthy territory with a predictive model based on primary healthcare. For that, 10,769 teams have been distributed all over the nation with an investment of 1.4 billion pesos, improving healthcare, preventing diseases through the articulated action between the different sectors, reaching a coverage of 79% in the entire national territory and 99% of municipalities prioritized in our rural healthcare plan that correspond to the farthest areas of our territory. Through these basic healthcare teams, we have invested 1,773,000 homes, benefiting more than 3,500,000 people in the national territory, out of which we have 26 pregnant people, people with disabilities, children between the age of 0 and 5, and elderly population. In terms of our staffing, the national government has funded more than 1,000 projects with an investment of 2.6 billion pesos, an investment that we didn't have since 6 years, benefiting 420 municipalities of the national territory, prioritizing the dignification of services and the reduction of inequalities. In addition, we foresee a funding of 1,321 projects for an amount of 1.3 billion pesos. We would like to highlight the investment for the hospital of the regional, the SHIP hospital for the Pacific region, and also in the departments of Amazonia and Putumayo. Regarding transportation for patients, we have advanced with an investment of more than 1 billion pesos, assigning 1,444 vehicles that strengthen the service in 154 municipalities, guaranteeing timely access to healthcare, including the most remote areas in the countries. We advanced guaranteeing healthcare in territorial spaces with the purpose of providing support and healthcare schemes for those signing the peace agreements, families, and populations that inhabit those areas of training and reincorporation, and also nearby communities. This with allocations for public hospitals that are within the jurisdiction of these territories. For that, this ministry has provided 4,742 million pesos between 2024 and this year to guarantee the operation of those healthcare schemes. Over the last years, we got results such as 7,780,000 families serviced, to 12,500 people with healthcare, also children with healthcare activities, 786 pregnant women. And regarding mental health and the comprehensive approach for psychoactive substances, we have funds for rehabilitation, social investment, and the fight against organized crime. Frisco articulates collective social and individual approaches from public health care, human rights, and primary attention for the vulnerable populations that have problems with illicit drugs. We have assigned 7,320 million pesos for the territories for executing projects which have benefited 236,000 people. Other strategies for victims of the armed conflict is PAUXIL, which is a psychosocial program for healthcare with a focus on victims of the armed conflict. And its purpose is to guarantee psychosocial services and comprehensive services for physical and mental health care with a psychosocial approach for those victims. A great component is healthcare and psychosocial component. PAUXIL has had a significant impact in Colombia, understanding that it has taken place progressively with a greater coverage of municipalities nationally. Over the last years, we have assigned 132 billion pesos benefiting 375,000 victims and covering many territories of the country. Our commitment as a government comprises the development of CISPI, an indigenous program. And through Decree 480 of 2025, it was established, and the indigenous system was implemented as a state policy for healthcare of indigenous peoples in Colombia, and other provisions were also stated, whose purpose is to develop, manage, and financing resources, operation, organization, implementation of CISPI and indigenous communities. Given the heterogeneity of our peoples in our indigenous organizations, as well as population characteristics and territory characteristics, technical and administrative characteristics, the process of building CISPI has taken place progressively, mostly in partial stages, based on the proposals of indigenous organizations. We can say that this ministry has assigned approximately 103 billion pesos to build and develop intercultural models for CISPI. Through resolution of 2024, we regulated the guidelines for an ethnical differential approach for Black Afro-Colombian communities, setting the basis for the development of healthcare systems for these peoples. For 2025, we foresee the implementation of those actions based on a methodological route that can advance in building their own healthcare models. This was also adopted through Decree 351 of 2025, which seeks to transform healthcare services in rural areas and spreaded rural areas through providing resolutive healthcare services, and for which we must have equal services and facilities, proper staffing, supplies, transportation, communications network, and staff for these healthcare services. The basic teams will operate permanently and continuous. Medication will be provided permanently through these facilities. Transportation systems adapted for rural conditions through air, land, maritime, and river transportation. Also, projects to strengthen healthcare centers and also guaranteeing staff that not only comprises social services, but also calling leaders or appointing leaders or other members of the community as healthcare promoters to strengthen employment conditions and dignified and decent labor. It is also important to mention that Colombia is a pluri-ethnical and multicultural country. The healthcare system advances to recognize and respond to this diversity, breaking historical barriers that have limited access to the right to health. Our commitment is clear. Healthcare is not only a service, it's a fundamental right that must be guaranteed for all people in all areas and under all conditions. That is why in the Ministry of Health and Social Protection, we are committed to developing all the necessary actions to reach this objective. When we take care of the health of each person, we transform the destiny of the entire humanity. Colombia has someone to take care of it. Colombia is a world power in life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pilar, for this presentation. And I think this is extremely interesting what you're doing, and I would like to highlight, as a matter of fact, taking your last words, the work that you are doing with the indigenous system of health, that is CISPI, and how you are receiving all these needs, intercultural need to provide this access to healthcare. And I amazed with all the innovations that you have for these hospital ship to provide health services to all the population in that area. I would like to underscore as well the basic theme that you have for the healthcare as a strategy, central pillar to move forward in terms of the primary healthcare. So thank you very much. And before continuing with our next speaker, I would like to remind, first of all, I would like to thank the 127 people who are connected online. And I would ask you, please, to fill out the survey that is being distributed by one of my colleagues. Next, I will introduce a little change because the undersecretary of the social networks is a little bit behind the schedule. So I will they always have requirements, and unfortunately, he was not able to be here on time. I would like to give the floor to Donato Camay, the Vice Minister of Primary Healthcare from Guatemala, who is joining us virtually to speak about the strategies implemented in Guatemala to move towards this universal healthcare system. Thank you very much for being with us online, and you have 10 minutes accorded. Well, we would like to thank from Guatemala the opportunity to participate in this dialogue that is so important. At the same time, a special greeting from the Minister of Health, Mr. Joaquin Bernoya. And we have accepted this challenge to start this process of transformation of the public health system in Guatemala. Sorry to interrupt you. I don't know if you can turn on your camera because we can see. Well, I have problems of connection. That's why I don't have the cam on, turn on. Well, thank you very much anyways. As I was saying, I was commenting that we are in the middle of this transformation process for the health system in the country based in the primary attention. And the challenge that we're facing is that as we country, we're lagging behind in the system for some 50 years now. And this is analyzed from the infrastructure point of view and finance point of view. We have a budget that is quite low for the population and what is recommended for countries in Latin America. At the same time, the way to provide the health services that were designed at a point in time to serve the maternal and child group, and that's why in here we included the basic services with the comprehensive assistance, including all the population the way it should be for the whole population with universal characteristics. Other way, the way to proceed in the public health is a challenge that we are facing in Guatemala, and we would expect that this is a healthcare system that is comprehensive, inclusive, and with all the important approaches that we have already defined in the health ministry. Additionally, another challenge that we are facing and that we need to transform is our own health department because there are some things to do in this regard because the health worker is accustomed to a way to proceed as we mentioned before. Well, in this case, and concerning the analysis that we are conducting to transform our health system, as a first challenge, we need to territorialize the country because in the country today we are finalizing this process, and this will give us a possibility to do a projection of the whole nationwide network and to understand what are the gaps for infrastructure, for staffing, equipment, or medications, and so on, everything that is required in order to put this system in action. And we have the projection of the network, and we have seen in this analysis that we already have a gap for infrastructure.
Primer nivel de atención.
Sorry, there is an interruption of the sound.
Esto para poder lograr ponernos al día como país y atender.
Unfortunately, we're not able to interpret with this interruption in the audio.
Conexión. No, lo escuchamos entrecortado. Sí, no, lo escuchamos entrecortado. Voy a pedir internamente que se comuniquen con usted para ver si podemos solucionar.
We'll try to fix this problem from here. Can you hear us from there?
Bueno, los problemas de la tecnología que
Well, those are the problems with technology that we're facing. We did not succeed to reconnect.
ahí lo volvemos a escuchar. No, pero se perdió de nuevo. Viceministro, si le parece, coordinar.
So if you agree, we're going to coordinate with the team in-house in order to test the system, the connection again. Meanwhile, we will continue and move to the next presentation. I don't know if you agree, Vice Minister, if you have time available to wait for a few minutes.
Sí, está. Me informan aquí internamente, vamos a avanzar.
So we will continue. We regret, but this is the kind of problems that we have to face sometimes when we're online. So tomorrow we will be speaking about these problems of infrastructure. Well, I would like to take this opportunity to invite you because we will send you a digital format.
Perdón, no puedo evitar. Ya. Bueno, no es finalmente porque todavía nos falta acá.
So I will give the floor now to Ernesto Vascolo, Chief of the Unit of Primary Healthcare and Integrated Health Services of the PA, who will give a regional overview about the different strategies existing to move to the universal healthcare system in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you, Ernesto, for your participation. I would like to thank the PAHO for the different works that have been conducted here in the framework of this project. So without further ado, Ernesto has the floor. So first of all, I would like to check up if you can hear me well. Is my connection working properly? Yes, we can hear you correctly. Well, I will share now my presentation with you.
Bueno, asumo que lo están viendo.
Well, I assume that you can see the presentation displayed there. I will present here some of the results. The results from three different sources. First of all, we have a survey that we are organizing together with the World Health Organization and the PAHO that is responsible for collecting and analyzing the results obtained in the countries of the region. At the same time, I'm going to complement all of this with a part of the information from a report that we launched at the end of last year. And this is the first regional report towards universal health, including information and complements also some data related to the financial access and so on. And here I will give you some information about the access to the health services. Firstly, I will include also a report concerning the implementation of the essential functions for the public health. This is a document that was available as of last year. And recently, a few weeks ago, we had the opportunity to do a webinar and share such outcomes with the colleagues and the main players who carried out these functions of health in 14 countries of the region.
De que avance la presentación.
Now I'm trying to go through this presentation, but it's kind of frozen.
Está trabada, así que lo voy a hacer nuevamente.
This is frozen, so I will try again.
Ahí está.
Here we go. As I was commenting beforehand, from this survey on these public health systems, we have organized very quickly, and I will give the summary in 5 modules of governance regarding the financing in the healthcare system, the human resources services, monitoring, measurement, and evaluation. And to what degree this evidence is used. I will select a part of this information that is preliminary, and we will take into account the availability of time I have. First of all, I would like to include information concerning policy-related things and governance issues. 86% of these 28 countries that we have collected information from have health-related policies targeted to this perspective of primary service or attention, and they are not just promoting the reinforcement of the first level of service, but they are incorporated the logics of the primary attention for the network of health services. I would like to mention as well that although we have this wide number of countries with the initiative in place, so only 1/3 of them have responsibility, structures responsible for this implementation of policies. And this is interesting as a preliminary input, and that I am including in the presentation. One of the important elements of these components of governance of the public system based on primary attention is the interpretation of the different components of such policies. Here I would like to highlight that there are 3 elements that are underscored when describing the nature of such policies. First of all, is the weight they had in the investment component, in the components of infrastructure, and in some cases, maybe is supported with the credits from the IDB, the World Bank, and some other international financing entities. Secondly, it is very likely that in this same logic, there is the prioritization of the system of information as a core piece for the reinforcement of the systems. And thirdly, I would like to underscore the component of medication as a critical input in order to guarantee the access to them.
I would also like to highlight the points that are less present in these policies, and despite the fact that we are able to acknowledge the pillars of primary health care, we hardly ever incorporate the social participation component, the issue of governance at a larger level, and when it comes to the development of networks in territories. And despite the fact that there is an important financing component that is incorporated as part of the design of these reform processes, the financing component is not really incorporated when it comes to improving the resource allocation mechanisms, and especially when it comes to improving financial protection in health. And finally, what is really relevant is the scarce incorporation of the intersectorial components with a territorial approach when it comes to the implementation of these policies. When we talk about governance, from the viewpoint of the Pan American Health Organization, it is inevitable to associate that to the agenda aimed at strengthening the essential functions of public health. For us, that is not only an agenda, but a resolution that was taken last year. It is a critical component for us in order to strengthen health systems. In the countries where we have been able to obtain this information, we find that more than half, 54% of cases in these countries have measured capabilities to implement the essential functions of public health. And despite the fact that this element forms part of action plans, be it as an agenda to implement health actions in public health, or even with a wider ranging perspective. I would also like to highlight here that only in 20% of cases are those action plans to strengthen basic actions in public health have structures and resources enabling them to monitor the implementation of an action plan capable of bridging gaps. Here I am going to mix a little the results of this publication that I referred to beforehand. And I'll try to describe this in the simplest possible manner. This is a color map where we find the 11 essential functions of public health organized in the 4 stages of policy cycles in terms of evaluation, policy development, allocation of resources, and access. And within each column, we incorporate the different types of capabilities that are evaluated. What I would like to highlight is that there are 2 types of capacities or capacity groups that face the biggest challenges, where we are weakest in the region. Point number 5 refers to the social participation component, and number 6 is extremely important because it accounts not only for the wealth and the profile of human resources. These 2 elements are critical, and I would also like to highlight that in the access phase, in functions 9, 10, and 11, what is very clear there is that these are capacities much more linked to territories, where the type of capability that refers to the type of performance or to the existence of critical financial, human, and technological resources are extremely weak capabilities. In other words, I would like to conclude with this section by saying that despite the fact that we have policies associated to primary care with a governance component, in territories, what we find is the most important weaknesses in terms of financing. Well, some obvious aspects, because of course, when we distinguish between public and private services, we find a clear dichotomy with regards financing mechanisms. In the public system, highly focused on budget lines, whilst in services, in private services, the most important resource allocation system is the fee for service formula. Now, we are therefore able to distinguish both of these characteristics, but also we find the need to combine other resource allocation mechanisms that can better promote the transformation of care models that, as Maria Luisa mentioned, seek to coordinate services with a logic of services network. Now, despite the fact that 56% of countries that we have, where we have applied this survey, we can recognize that they have policies that seek to reduce financial barriers. In other words, that this aspect is very present in policies, but in actual terms, challenges in terms of financial protections continue to be very important. And with that, I refer to the very important weighting between 2 and 7% of the population, in fact, that experience a situation of important catastrophic expenses. This is out-of-pocket expenses. And I go to the last part, which has to do with the provision of services and access. Again, when one looks at formal components, and one acknowledges that in countries, in most cases, there is a very good explanation of the roles played by each agency, the type of stakeholders and organizational formulas that form part of the network when it comes to their scope, their roles, and the way in which they have to be coordinated. We even see with optimism that the planning logic behind processes will practically 70% adhere to a territorial logic, and thus the incorporation of geo-referencing tools is only present in 30% of cases. And even when we analyze one of the important attributes related to the care model, and which has to do with the affiliation of the population, where more than 40% of countries have a system of affiliation on the part for the population, or there is a definition of this criteria in geographic terms, but when it comes to selecting specific groups in that experience greater vulnerability, and therefore the ones that most need this, well, their affiliation level is even less, and thus and that points towards the need to strengthen that equality criteria in our territories. The other element that I would like to highlight is that there is a strong development and expansion in terms of care guidelines and reference guidelines for the population. However, there are important challenges in the sense that human resources have to be adequately trained with these guidelines, and that we have monitoring mechanisms of their implementation. That is a key element. Beyond the definition of regulations, what we seek with this type of survey is to pinpoint the concrete challenges that we face. Now, something similar happens when we try to explore and determine to what extent we have multidisciplinary human resources, and we find that in 60% of countries there are policies associated to that. However, in terms of composition, competencies, and skills, the percentage of multidisciplinary teams drops very significantly. A key aspect for us is the issue of access, and one of the elements that we acknowledge, first of all, is how far we have, to what extent we have tools to regulate services, their management and access aspects. And in general terms, we believe that there are very positive steps that have been taken in that sense. However, to date, we have more than a third of our population in our region that face some type of access barrier. And to be much more precise, we need, whenever we talk about access barriers, it's important to determine the various different types of barriers. Here you can see not only the scope, the magnitude of access barriers, organizational, financial acceptability, and geographic barriers, but also the inequality conditions, how access barriers or the importance of access barriers in various groups. And we have measured this in terms of different categories, but here I have selected the income component. So what I would like to highlight is the two most important dimensions in terms of barriers. The most important barrier that we face in our region is clearly organizational barriers. Now, despite the fact that this situation must be acknowledged in each case, because here what we're doing is a summary of all countries of the region for which we have information related to access barriers. And therefore, beyond the specificities of each case, what is clear is that the agenda related to waiting lists and access to specialists is an issue that is present over and over again as a policy and as a challenge in most countries. And in this case, it's expressed in organizational barriers. Whilst in the case of financial accessibility, despite the fact that that is less, there are far greater conditions of inequality among the different groups, as you can see. This is the last part of my presentation. Here I would like to highlight the relevance of access conditions. That is fundamental in order to reformulate our care system and also the formulation of our system. And that is one of the main challenges that we have in our region as because of the lack of representative population surveys, but especially unaware of the realities in territories, which is fundamental when we design policies geared to health requirements and needs. That's all. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Ernesto.
Thank you, Ernesto, for your presentation, for the interesting presentation, and the results that you share with us of this research that you're conducting. I was surprised by several points, but I think it's important to highlight the last aspect that you mentioned, access barriers, and that 1/3 of the population in our region still face these barriers, and that they are very much associated to organizational aspects, and that one would think that they would be linked to access or to financial aspects, given the out-of-pocket expense that still exists in our region. But we're surprised by the fact that the organizational barriers come across as being very important. That is something very interesting in the results that you have presented. I would like to welcome Undersecretary Martorell, who has arrived. Bernardo Martorell is Undersecretary for Care Networks of the Ministry of Health of Chile. Thank you very much, Undersecretary, for being with us here today, and also for all the collaboration that you have provided during the implementation of this project. And without further ado, I'll offer you the floor for 10 minutes. Thank you, Amalia. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be able to share this event with you. Congratulations, first of all, for the organization of this event. Our congratulations to ECLAC, and I would simply like to highlight the importance of social development understood as a comprehensive phenomenon that incorporates health. And thus, and that is why we were invited to share our experience in that sense. I would like to greet Alberto Arenas and the people from his team, the people that we have been working with for quite some time now with regards to these challenges. So I thank you all for that invitation. I would like to say that what I would like to share with you is the project to strengthen and the universalization of primary healthcare in Chile, a concept which for us is fundamental, the concept of universalization itself, because that is a concept that encompasses not only formal, nominal access of the population to care, but also effective access. That is what one seeks for all people. And as a paradox for Chile, despite the fact that a part of our project incorporates adding people of greater socioeconomic level to care in primary healthcare, the concept of universalization has also always involved proportional universalism, as defined by Michael Marmot, where one makes most efforts to achieve better coverage for those that are in greatest need.
Tenemos esta paradoja de
We have this paradox of including people of a higher socioeconomic level to our primary care as part of the program or the project, and it's an excuse to promote greater coverage for the entire population. I have a few slides. I'm going to go quickly. So next, please. Thank you for the clicker. The healthcare system in Chile has a private and a public world, and public is around 80% of the population. That is a significant challenge, also an opportunity for universal care. Most of the population is already part of this public system with a growing affiliation to FONASA, which is our public health insurance, with over 1.5 million people joining in the last 3 years. We have a primary health care network with points of contact throughout the entire country, in the more rural and remote areas, with a territorial coverage that is quite systematic and with over 2,000 care points. And As a result of its evolution, it has a very comprehensive care before birth, after death, palliative, prenatal, all sorts of the life cycle, middle life cycle, and continuous care for people. This is the foundation of what we're promoting is a universal care system to optimize our primary care system in order to take it to the challenges of today and tomorrow. Our healthcare challenges. We are a country in an epidemiological transition. It's 2.5 million people, Chileans, that live with 5 or more chronic conditions. And the priority is always in health, with unequal results in terms of access to healthcare opportunities and also financial coverage as well as results. We have some statistics there. I'm not going to stop to read them all, but this is the set of challenges we have ahead of us in our system. A proposal for the healthcare reform and transformation. It has 4 layers of protection for people that begin with primary health care, and it also involves intersectorial care, the strengthening of our network system, our hospital system, and aspects of financing that have been developed in the last few days. We've seen it in the news. Today we're going to talk about primary care. It is a unique opportunity to reach an efficiency in the system, equity, and better results for all benefits and beneficiaries. This project was born as a space for cross-cutting support, including academia, including the medical councils, and it has accompanied public policies from the beginning and has thus contributed to advancing and making ongoing recommendations. In the Ministry of Health, we've also developed a work plan that is quite complex. As you can see, it has 3 main pillars and several subproducts. This is our logical workflow or theory of change logic of how we're going to achieve these large coverage ambitions with better social and health coverage. The process has been subject to several levels. We have 28 districts in the country and a more structural process at a national level in the different areas that we have advanced to transform primary health care into a dialogue of what we wish to see in the territory with proper feedback amongst the different areas in this throughout the process. As we can see here, we have 28 districts. They have grown year after year in this long-term project. There's 28 districts, which is means that very few districts have bought into the project. It is 7 districts and 6 regions that are benefiting from the policy. And these 3 main areas, proximity, efficacy, and quality, are necessary for the implementation. The districts that are implementing this system need to improve registration into primary health care, the use of services, extending the times, the service times, other actions, and so much more to improve access, other actions to improve efficacy, what is done in primary care within each box, how we take care of people in a more comprehensive manner, depending on all their needs. And the 3rd line, which has to do with the institutional infrastructure that offers support to primary health care so that it can be homogeneous throughout the 4,000 kilometers that we cover from north to south in our country. For this, we have implemented several strategies and tools, and I'd like to offer an example so that you can understand how we have integrated different tools around a person's care. Say a woman, 55 years of age, single, with diabetes, history caring for her mother who is severely dependent, has had to take care of her grandson. Does not have a food pension and is struggling to make ends meet. So this is a person that has several issues, not only healthcare, but also social. That is where we have brought different tools together. First, you have the comprehensive treatment of chronic conditions. So first, healthcare. There's a strategy for comprehensive healthcare for people's needs. And she could also be sent to a mental health workshop, mindfulness workshop, for example, that we have in one territory for her well-being. It has been developed by the community to support psycho-emotional health.
Esas prestaciones.
So these tools make those operational. Then you have access to social benefits through a project that has been a combination between Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Social Development, and there is a shared record system. And here you have from the healthcare service enable access to subsidies and support to families that must take care of children that are not their own, giving them access to diapers, and finally, the integration of primary care to the national care system with the Chile Cuida project, which can offer this woman care, some sort of care that could replace her, substitute for her, and give her a breather as a caregiver so she can also do other things and take care of herself and have access to the food pension payment. That enables us to offer assistance to a person that has not only a health issue, but a multi-systemic situation. We have some statistics here of how we have advanced in the different strategic axes that I mentioned earlier.
Ya se me acabaron los 10 minutos. Y
I won't delve into it because my 10 minutes are up, and also some other aspects that, again, in the interest of time, I will have to skip. I just wanted to mention that perhaps with the clinical case, I can reflect how we're trying to translate these great ideas of public policies and healthcare to the practical work that has to be done by the on-site personnel. We need to translate ideas into actions. That's what we're trying to do. And it is also part of a very long healthcare system and trying to improve care for the population, bearing in mind social development. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, subsecretario, por esta excelente.
Thank you, Undersecretary, for an excellent presentation. And clearly, the universal APS system implemented in Chile represents a huge advance towards universality of healthcare, putting the strategy at the center of primary healthcare as a fundamental pillar and is a reference in the region. It is one of the pioneering countries to advance in this strategy. I congratulate you all, even though it's not my district. I always say that, Undersecretary, we hope to have my district included in universal health care. Thank you. And I would like to first thank all panelists who were here in person and those who were online. Unfortunately, I will offer a few closing remarks because we don't really have time for any more comments. I'd like to thank Minister Kamei, who unfortunately had to leave us, and giving the technical restrictions, he wasn't able to make the presentation as planned. So we regret the situation and hope to have the opportunity to hear his experience in the presentation. I also wanted to thank all panelists, and I'd like to stress a few points from the different presentations. First, Maria Luisa mentioned everything regarding institutionality and the need to strengthen healthcare institutions to advance in primary healthcare. And we've looked at the need for investment in healthcare, of investing in it and having resources. So it's important. As you can see, in countries, it is necessary to work on the balance to strengthen this healthcare, and also work with the population that is in a more vulnerable situation. We have Mexico. I thought it was very interesting, all the work they're doing. Very interesting to hear about territorial work and everything that's being done with language, and especially thinking about their population. Also in Colombia, the steps taken from the basic care, healthcare group. We didn't hear Guatemala, but we know that they're also advancing primary healthcare. And in the case of Chile, as I mentioned, we have pioneering districts for the entire healthcare reform based on the strengthening of primary healthcare. We'd also like to thank our colleague from PAHO for his excellent presentation, where we heard about these shared challenges in the region until we're able to advance towards more sustainable, resilient, and universal healthcare and comprehensive. Thank you, Mantra. We will learn all of them very well soon. And I'd like to cordially invite you to the parallel event that we have now. It will be at the Enrique Iglesias room, parallel event, resilient workforce inclusion in view of new risks, climate change, and complex emergencies in unequal societies. It is the same as all parallel events. It will take place at the Enrique Iglesias room. And I'd like to invite you for a very interesting morning tomorrow with digital inclusion. Thank you.